Test, test.
Part of the when you were doing our time trials and after start doing on talking to people, I was like so turned it off. Yeah, but then as when it, yeah, and then I turned it back on, and then I have to wait I'm trying to time it properly or stuff like that. Actually, I just out of interest. It's a big pile of batteries. I think actually good batteries. And then it's that little box we use tomorrow in the pursuit.
Good morning and welcome to Fort St. John, the energetic city. We are here at the Pomeroy Sports Center for our British Columbia Long Track Championships for 2026. Our opening ceremonies will begin in about 10 minutes. Racing to start at 8:40 this morning, local time 8:25. We'd like to thank our sponsors for the BCLT this weekend, including the Government of Canada, Via Sport, Pomeroy Lodging, and Northern Lights College. I'd like to thank the team behind the scenes here at the City of Fort St. John and the Pomeroy Sports Center. Sound in town. All of our volunteers behind the scenes. And of course, we couldn't host an event like this without the volunteer committee, several of whom are from the Fort St. John Speed Skating Club and across the province, and even our friends in the northern Alberta region. To get all the official results, schedules, and everything else that you need to know, be sure you're on the Sportity app, S-P-O-R-T-I-T-Y. Sportity app has the code, all capital letters, BCLT26. Your Sportity code is BCLT26. That's where you can get all of the upcoming races and the official results. We'd like to thank our photographer, Anna Davidova. You can get the link to all of the photos through Sportity. A big welcome to all of our coaches from across the province. And good luck to our athletes this weekend for the BC Long Track Championships. Good morning and welcome to the British Columbia Long Track Championships for 2026. I'd like to introduce you to Shadi Salehi from the Fort St. John Speed Skating Club.
Good morning, everyone. Hi. Good morning and welcome to 2026 BC Long Track Championship in Fort St. John. On behalf of Fort St. John Speed Skating Club, we are honored to host athletes, coaches, officials, volunteers, and families from across the province. Thank you for making the trip up north. I know it wasn't easy, but amazing weather we have, so yay. And thank you for being a part of this special weekend. We acknowledge that we are gathered here on the Treaty 8 territory, the traditional lands of the Deneza, and we are grateful to live, work, and compete on this land. Thank you to our volunteers, officials, sponsors, and organizers whose dedication make this championship possible. A round of applause for everyone helped out. Thank you. And to our athletes, skate hard, stay safe, and enjoy every moment. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you the President of Speed Skating BC, Scott Stewart.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Fort St. John for being such a wonderful host city. I'd like to thank the Elks for organizing an excellent event. The Elks are very good at this and they do a wonderful job. On behalf of Speed Skating BC and the Board of Speed Skating BC, welcome to the BC Long Track Championships. Thank you. If you'd please rise for the national anthem.
Let's have a great day of racing here at the BC Long Track Championships. Good luck, athletes, and welcome to all of our guests.
Test. check. Yeah. Timing isn't ready.
This morning, we'll be starting off with our 500-meter Olympic style for our Neo Juniors, age 14 and 15, our juniors, age 16 and older, as well as our seniors and our masters athletes here at our BC Long Track Championships. We'll be starting with our 500 meters. And in our first pairing in the inner lane will be Austin McGregor from Fort St. John, and in the outer lane, Jared Roberts from Kamloops. We're just finalizing some technical support. At this event, we have our photo finish. We have our laser optical sensors in place, as well as transponders. And some of our volunteers on some of the manual positions as well. Welcome to our guests who are watching our live stream on YouTube through Speed Skating British Columbia. Be sure to follow Speed Skating BC on socials about upcoming events, highlighting athletes, coaches, and officials, and how you can get involved in speed skating across BC. This event is a true sport event following the principles of go for it, play fair, respect others, keep it fun, stay healthy, include everyone, and give back. They'll be handing out a Spirit of Sport award on Sunday afternoon. All right, it looks like we're ready to get underway for our BC Long Track Championships with our first pairing.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's Austin McGregor in the inside lane, Jared Roberts in the outer lane. Starting with our fastest pairing of the day. It's a crossover in the backstretch. Got their coaches encouraging them. Looks like Austin McGregor had an opener of a 10.97 and Roberts with an 11.74. As they cross the finish line, Austin McGregor coming across the line ahead of Jared Roberts. Official times and results will be posted through Sportity.
Calling.
Unofficial results on that first pairing.
Test shot,
Austin
test
McGregor
shot.
coming across the line with a 40.65. Jared Roberts with a 43.29. Our second pairing will feature Max Wu from Fort St. John in the inner lane, and in the outer lane, Leander Ebbett.
Go to the start. Ready.
Great fast start for these athletes. Max Wu from Fort St. John. When you hear the bell ring, that signals they are into their final lap on this 400-meter indoor track, one of 3 indoor long tracks in all of Canada. They both had an opener of 11.34 and a close finish at the line. As we watch those results come up on our screens, I can update you. Interestingly enough, exact the same 11.34 opener for both of these athletes. Unofficially across the line, Max Wu with a 41.84. With a 41.484. And Leander Ebbett across the line with a 41.904. Our third pairing will be Jacob Beasley in the inner lane from Kamloops, and in the outer lane, Jeff Hamilton. It's on Sportity. Oh, yes. Okay, thanks, Harry. You tell him what to do, Tara. You tell him what to do.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's Jeff Hamilton with a red armband, coming in all the way from Whitehorse, Yukon, paired up with Jacob Beasley from Kamloops as they cross over into the backstretch. It's Jacob Beasley leading. Jacob Beasley over the line first ahead of Jeff Hamilton, but it was Jeff Hamilton who had a faster opener of 11.185. Jacob Beasley's opener was 11.67. Finishing time of 42.279 for Jacob Beasley and a 43.222 for Jeff Hamilton. Next pairing will be Darren McKinnon-Buberlu in the inner lane and Jajit Chauhan in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Darren McKinnon-Buberlu representing Peninsula and Jajit Chauhan representing Matsqui here at these BC Long Track Championships. And it will be Darren McKinnon-Buberlu over the line ahead of Jajit Chauhan. They had an opener of 11.46. Jajit's opener was 11.8. In the inner lane, Maria Hansen. In the outer lane, Gloria Hahn.
Go to the start. Ready.
In that previous race, Darren McKinnon-Buberlu crossed the line with a 42.7. Jajit Chauhan with a 43.34. We got the ladies on the ice now. Originally from Fort St. John, now skating
sorry.
out of Prince George.
Yeah.
Maria Hansen with the
Sorry.
white armband, starting in the inner lane. And from the Tri-City area, Gloria Hahn with a red armband. As I wait for my screen to catch up so I can give you those opening times. And across the line, that will be Gloria Hahn with the unofficial results. She had an opener of 11.83. Maria Hansen coming across the line second. Her opener was a 12.05. Unofficial results, Gloria Hahn with a 44.458 and Maria Hansen with a 45.398. Pairing number 6, Megan Vansickle in the inner lane, Tara Ajrafi in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
A very even opener here with the bell lap now, final 400 meters on the long track. Megan training out of Prince George. Mom Taryn is also a coach for the Blizzards. And Tara Ajrafi training here in Fort St. John. And they're going to push to the finish. And a close one at the line. Megan Vansickle just ahead of Tara Ajrafi. What a great finish on pairing number 6. Tara had an opener of 12.457, and just ahead of her, a very close opener, 12.418 for Megan Vansickle. Pairing number 7 in the inner lane, Darian Beckler. In the outer lane, Kaylee Roberts.
Go to the start. Ready.
Great opener for Darian Beckler, representing Peace Wapiti Speed Skating Club out of Grand Prairie, Alberta. Kaylee Roberts from Kamloops. In that previous race, Megan Vansickle across the line with a 46.343 and Tara Ajrafi finishing with a 46.807. Official results on the Sportity app. As we turn our attention to pairing number 7. Darian had an opener of 11.85, Kaylee with a 12.708. Darian Beckler coming across the line ahead of Kaylee Roberts in this pairing. Unofficial results, Darian with a 45.515 and Kaylee across the line with a 47.859. Pairing number 8 in the inner lane will be Malcolm Kennett. In the outer lane, Paulina Davidova.
Go to the start. Ready.
Malcolm Kennett representing Burnaby and Paulina Davidova representing Peninsula. Close pairing as they come around into final corner. And unofficially across the line, it looks like it was Paulina Davidova. Her opener was a 12.774, and Malcolm Kennett's opener was 12.82. We'll wait for our video replay to update us with the official results across the line. Our next pairing, Kim Capsline in the inner lane and Victor Curry Gonzalez in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both from our Masters men's division, Salmon Arms, Kim Clapstein and Victor Curry Gonzalez representing Burnaby. Stride for stride as they come through to the finish, and a great push from Kim Clapstein across the line just ahead of Victor Curry Gonzalez. It was Victor who had a faster opening at 12.935, Kim with a 12.944. Just a few of the many Masters athletes you're going to see on the long track here this weekend. Unofficial results. Kim Clapstein with a 48.451 and a 48.977 for Victor Curry Gonzalez. Pairing number 10 will now feature Samuel O'Brien in the inner lane, Terry Lazaruk in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Samuel O'Brien off to a great start, one of our junior athletes here, representing Burnaby. Terry Lazaruk out of the Kamloops Club. Terry's one of our Masters men's athletes. Great opener for O'Brien as he continues to lead. His opener was a 12.491. Lazaruk's opener was a 13.537. And a great finish for Samuel O'Brien. And across the line for Masters Terry Lazaruk. Standing by. Unofficial results for Samuel O'Brien, a 45.15, and for Lazaruk, a 50.316. Pairing number 11 will now feature Nora Calder in the inner lane and Lindsay Vandermeer in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Nora Calder representing the Mission Speed Skating Club. Lindsay Vandermeer from the Prince George Blizzards. Calder with an opener of a 12.625. Vandermeer with a 13.30. It's Calder who's leading Vandermeer at the line. Great race for these athletes. Unofficial results for Nora Calder, a 47.534 and a 49.221 for Lindsay Vandermeer. Pairing number 12 will feature Taha Ahmed in the inner lane and Madeline Lazarek in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Pushing hard at the start of their race. Both of these athletes are juniors in that 16, 17, 18-year-old division. Taha trains right here in Fort St. John at the Pomeroy Sports Center. And Madeline Lazarek joining us from Kamloops. Lazarek with an opener of 13.434. Ahmed with a 13.606. And it's going to be Taha across the line ahead of Madeline here in Fort St. John. We're in the middle of our pairings for our 500 meters, 25 pairings in total. This is pairing number 12, featuring some of our junior skaters. Taha Ahmed, unofficial time 49.54, and Lazarek with a 50.937 for Madeline. Pairing number 13 will be Addison Hank in the inner lane, Ariane Paz in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off to a slight lead for Ariane Paz. Also skating out of Fort St. John, just ahead of Addison Hank, representing Kelowna Speed Skating. Opener for Paz was a 12.778. Hank's opening time, 13.299. Still evenly matched in this pairing as they go stride for stride into the finish line. Great finish. That one's too close to call. We'll get their official results once it pops up on my screen, and you can see the final results as they come through to Sportity. If you haven't downloaded the app, you can use the code, all capital letters, BCLT26 for the official results and all things that you need to know for the BCLT Championships. A 49.002 for Addison Hank and a 49.032 for Ariane Paz, which means the slight advantage on the win, Addison Hank. Our next pairing, number 14, will be Lucas Kopp in the inner lane and Lynn Zyben in the outer lane. Our next pairing will feature Neo Junior athletes. Those are our athletes age 14 and 15. Lucas Kopp will be representing Kamloops. And Lena Zeben from Vancouver.
Go to the start. Ready.
Lucas Kopp, a great opening start to this pairing. If you're just joining us, when you hear the bell ring, that signals the final lap on our 400-meter track here in Fort St. John at the Pomeroy Sports Center. Many of these athletes going for personal bests this weekend. Lucas Kopp's opener was 11.761. And Lena Zeben's opener was a 14.16. Lucas Kopp nicely across the line for Kamloops. And Lena Zeben finishing her 500-meter. Unofficial results of 44.494 for Lucas Kopp and a 52.716 for Lena Zeben. Next up, pairing number 15, Tijo Furman in the inner lane and April Bain in the outer lane.
Ready. Still.
Both of these athletes representing Burnaby. Tijo Furman in the Masters division. April Bain in the Neo Junior Women's division. It's Tijo Furman ahead of April Bain. So we can see them coming past the coach's box in the backstretch. An opener of 13.55 for Tijo, and for Bain, 13.574. And across the line, Tijo Furman. And making up some time and space on the track, April Bain also coming across the line. As we wait for their official results to pop up on the screen. Tijo Furman with a 51.431 and a 52.032 for April Bain. Pairing number 16 now, Emily Walsh in the inner lane and Katie Steenman in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, inner lane, unstable. Go to the start. Ready.
That looks to be a good start on this one now for Emily Walsh, representing Prince George Blizzards, and Katie Steenman from Peninsula. Emily Walsh leading just ahead of Katie Steenman. Emily is one of our Neo Junior women, and Katie Steenman is one of our Master women athletes here at our British Columbia Long Track Championships. Now giving lots of space, Emily Walsh, an opener of 13.894, and Steenman's opener was a 14.621. Long strides, powerful arms, and across the line for Emily Walsh. And a great finish for Katie Steenman. A 52.559 for Emily Walsh of Prince George, and a 55.761 for Katie Steenman of Peninsula. Our next pairing will be number 17, Natalie Stewart in the inner lane, Chase Cravats in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. False start, unstable, inner lane. Go to the start. Ready.
And that's a great start for them. Natalie Stewart, one of our ladies' Masters skaters out of Richmond. And our Neo Junior skater, Chase Cravats, joining us from the Peace Wapiti Speed Skating Club in Grand Prairie. They did their crossovers. Great tight race on the long track here. Chase Cravats, a great opener of 14.317. Natalie Stewart's opener, 14.98. Chase Cravats edges just ahead coming into this final straightaway. It'd be Chase Cravats across the line ahead of Natalie Stewart. Unofficial times on this pairing number 17 will be a 54.84 for Chase Cravats and a 56.443 for Natalie Stewart. Next up, pairing number 18, James McIntosh in the inner lane, Samara Namath in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Samara Namath leading off this pairing with James McIntosh. Samara representing Mission Speed Skaters. James McIntosh, part of the Prince George Blizzards. In the backstretch, close race here at the Pomeroy Sports Center, but it's Samara Namath pulling out ahead. A 15.185 for James McIntosh and a 14.648 for Samara Namath on their opening. And it's going to be Samara Namath across the line. One of our junior female athletes. James in the men's masters division. Unofficial time for Samara Namath, a 55.6. And for James McIntosh, a 58.917. Next pairing will be number 19, Alexa Lim in the inner lane, and Jan Zurcher in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's going to be Alexa Lim leading this pairing from the Tri-City. Jan Zurcher from Peninsula. Alexa is one of our Neo Junior female athletes. And in the ladies' masters division, Jan Zurcher. Alexa Lim's opening time, 13.757. Zurcher with a 15.834 on the opener. Powerful strides and confidently coming across the line, Alexa Lim from Tri-City. Here comes Zurcher. As Zurcher finishes her race, representing Peninsula. Alexa Lim coming across the line with a 54.95. And a Jan Zurcher with a 102.613. Pairing number 20 of 25 will feature Andy Wong in the inner lane and Adam Zhao in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both of these athletes representing Burnaby. And they're both in the men's masters division. Andy Wong with the white armband, Adam Zhao with the red armband. Very close opener. Zhao with a 15.676 and Wong with a 15.959 for his opener. Into the final straightaway now. Adam Zhao leading Andy Wong. And it will be unofficially Adam Zhao across the line ahead of Andy Wong in this pairing number 20. Part of our Masters 50 division here at our BC Long Track Championships. Zhao's unofficial time with a 103.067. Next up, our pairing number 21, Karen Reppin in the inner lane.
Go to the start.
Ingrid Waguni Tijau in the outer lane.
Ready.
Both Ingrid and Karen are part of our ladies masters division. Karen Reppin representing Vancouver in the ladies 65 division. Ingrid Wayuni Tijo representing Burnaby in the ladies 50 division. Our masters athletes as they do their crossover, encouraged by our coaches on the backstretch. Karen Reppin with a 17.793 for her opener. Ingrid Wayuni Tijo with an 18.131 on her opener. Great fan support from the spectators here at the Pomeroy Sports Center as these ladies swing their arms, power through to the finish line. It will be Ingrid just ahead of Karen at the line. What a great race from these ladies. It'll be a 1:14.883 for Ingrid Wayuni Tijo. We'll have to get the results for Karen Reppin on our official Sportity app. As we move on to pairing number 22, Peter Lowland in the inner lane, David Zebin in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Peter Lowland leading off from Kamloops with that white armband in our Masters men's division, as well as David Zebin with a red armband representing Vancouver, also in our men's division. Opener for Peter Lowland was a 14.036, and Zebin with a 14.79. As we see Lowland push towards the finish line, coming across, just ahead of David Zebin. I'll let my screen catch up for our official results, unofficial results. Official results will be on Sportity. Looks like a 51.649 for Peter Lowland and a 55.927 for David Zebin. Next up, pairing number 23, Hugh Breitkoff in the inner lane and Loretta Musselwhite in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. Go.
Looks like Hugh has the track all to himself. Breitkoff representing Burnaby in the men's Masters 45 division. I love that this sport is for all ages. We're going to see our club skaters as young as 6, all the way up to our Masters 70 division this weekend on the track. Hugh Breitkoff's opener is a 13.759. Final straightaway now. Getting the encouragement from fellow athletes on the sidelines. that brings Hugh Brinkoff finishing off his 500 meter here at our BC Long Track Championships. 2 more pairings to go in this division. A 57.952 for Hugh Brinkoff of Burnaby. Next up, pairing number 24, Jackie Humber in the inner lane and Cindy Jin in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Bell signals the final lap here on our 400-meter track. We've got Jackie Humber of Langley with the white armband, who's now crossed over into the outer lane on that back stretch. Cindy Jin in the red armband from Burnaby. An opener for Humber with a 16.244. And Jin with a 17.334. Jackie Humber with those long, strong strides to the finish line. And Cindy Jin coming across the line, both from our ladies masters division. Unofficial results, Humber with a 105.270. And our final pairing for our 500 meters will be Lena Ling in the inner lane and Jessica Van Crowen in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Lena Ling off to a powerful start in this 500 meters. Lena joining us from Vancouver in the ladies 45 division. Jessica Van Cowen from Prince George Blizzards making her way on the track, also in the ladies masters division. Lena very excited to get back on the ice after a bit of a break from speed skating. Showing great strength as Lena Ling comes across the finish line in her 500 meters. This is wrapping up our neo-junior, junior, senior, and masters 500-meter Olympic style pairings. And here comes Jessica Van Cowen of Prince George Blizzards. Unofficial results for Lena Ling was a 57.741. And a great finish for Jessica Van Crowen. And a 129.919 for Jessica Van Cowen. That wraps up our first division here at the British Columbia Long Track Championships in Fort St. John. Official results will be on Sportity using the capital letters BCLT26. We'd like to thank the Government of Canada, Via Sport, Northern Lights College, Pomeroy Lodging, and the City of Fort St. John, the energetic city, for playing host to our BC Long Track Championships. We're just taking a quick pause. We have one of our races that is going to be re-raced. So we're just allowing our athletes to get ready for their re-race. It will be featuring Chase Cravats and Natalie Stewart. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite you to the cash raffle 50-50 that is underway all weekend. It's open to all residents of BC, 19 years of age and older. We've got a QR code here in the arena to scan. And for our guests watching online on the YouTube stream, you've got Sportity. You have updated information there. Thank you for supporting speed skating across British Columbia. Official photography by Anna Davidova. You can also find the link to all of the photos as they get uploaded through the Sportity app. Several clubs represented here this weekend on the long track. From Fort St. John, Prince George, Kamloops, Richmond, Burnaby, Vancouver, Tri-City, Peninsula, Matsqui, Langley, Salmon Arm, Mission, Vanderhoof, Kelowna, and we'd also like to say thank you to our guests for joining us all the way from Mackenzie, Whitehorse, and Grand Prairie. Looks like we're ready to get set for this re-race pairing with Natalie Stewart on the inner lane, Chase Cravats in the outer lane.
Go to the start.
Ready.
Looks to be a false start. Officials have called this race back for a restart.
False start. Inner lane. Go to the start. Ready.
And we've got a good start on this race now. Natalie Stewart from Richmond in our ladies masters division. Chase Cravats from Peace-Wapiti Club out of Grand Prairie as a Neo Junior. Similar to the previous race, they are evenly matched coming around that corner and into the backstretch. It's Chase Cravats. He's putting on the power now into his final corner. Cravats with an opener of 14.185. Stewart's opener was 14.749. And it'll be Chase Cravats across the line just ahead of Natalie Stewart. As we wait for those results to come in, Chase Cravats, a 53.463 and a 55 for Natalie Stewart. Moving on from our most experienced athletes, we are going to be switching over to our club skaters. These athletes are between the ages of 6 and 10. We'll be doing our 100-meter heats on this 400-meter indoor track. Correction, we have some athletes who are as young as 4 and 5 years old racing today. The next bunch you're going to see are between the ages of 4 and 8. We'd like to take the time to say thank you to all of our generous supporters. See posters in the hallway and on our live stream. Takes a community to support speed skating, and we sure do appreciate all of our supporters, sponsors, fans, and volunteers. And of course, our officials and coaches, many of whom are former athletes themselves or sport parents. Very happy to belong to the family of speed skating. And a big thank you for the kind and courteous welcome here in Fort St. John at the Pomeroy Sports Center. So we have our 3 races in this division. This is our club 6 to 8 division, mixed genders. They're going to do 100 meters on this 400-meter track. And in these 3 heats, the top 2 skaters from each heat will advance, as well as the next one. So it's set up as a 2+1. This will be race 2A. Lane 1 will feature Keegan Breitkoff of Burnaby. In lane 2, Aiden Van Cowen of Prince George. Lane 3, Preston McCartney of Mackenzie. Lane 4, TJ Allen of Fort St. John. Lane 5, Jade Workington, Fort St. John. Michaela Sabato in lane 6 from Fort St. John. And Theo Tijoux in lane 7 from Burnaby.
Skaters, go to the start. Ready?
They're racing towards the cones here in front of the spectators, and it's an exciting time in Fort St. John. Unofficially, it looks like it is Theo Tijoux coming across the line ahead of Jade Workington, followed by Aiden Van Cowen, then Keegan Breitkoff, followed by Michaela Sabato and Preston McCartney, followed by TJ Allen. They were picking up so much speed, they had to finish out by going around the corner, and just for fun, we'll get them through the back stretch so they can experience what that's like to go the full track around. Next up, we've got race 2B ready to go. Lane 1 will be Luca Bahane of Peninsula. Lane 2, Maya Scott from Fort St. John. Lane 3, Natalie Van Cowen of Prince George. In lane 4, Silas Jimmy Shue of Burnaby. In lane 5, Isla McIntosh of Prince George. In lane 6, Dayal Candola of Mackenzie. And in lane 7, Theodore Tang of Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready.
Bit of a stumble off the start, but that's okay. We get right back up on our feet as they power towards the finish line. Unofficial results from where I'm seated look to be Maya Scott, Natalie Van Cowen, Silas Jimmy Chu, Isla McIntosh, Dayal Candola, Theo Tang, and Luca Bahane. Next up will be race 2C. In lane 1, it will be Alex Roberge of Prince George, Nolan Lynn. Lane 2 from Tri-City. Lane 3, Hannah Lloyd, Fort St. John. Lane 4, Eve McDougall, Fort St. John. Lane 5, Caden Lee of Burnaby. And in lane 6, Casey Watala of Mackenzie.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off, racing from orange cone to orange cone for these 6 to 8-year-olds. What a great race. It's 100 meters from where I'm seated, unofficially. It looks like it was Alex Roberge, Nolan Lynn, Caden Lee, Casey Watala, Hannah Lloyd, and Eve McDougall coming across the line in this 100-meter heat. From our 6 to 8-year-olds, we move on to our club skaters that are 4 and 5-year-olds. This will be the last race in this session for our long track speed skaters. As we safely get our club skaters off the ice. We're here at the Pomeroy Sports Center, home to the Fort St. John Speed Skating Club. Last year they hosted 3 national championships on the long track for youth, neo-junior, and junior athletes. And Fort St. John also celebrated 60 years of speed skating. One final 100-meter heat in this session will be race 3A. Our 4 and 5-year-olds skating over to the line. In lane 1 will be Bram Candola from Mackenzie. In lane 2, River Curley from Mackenzie. In lane 3, Eliza Lilico of Fort St. John. And in lane 4, Iris Rachula of Mackenzie.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's a great race for our 4 and 5-year-olds. Eliza Lilico of Fort St. John with her blue helmet, followed by River Curley in the green. Bram Candola was down, but Bram's back up on his feet now. In that bright orange helmet cover. Another spill, but he is back up as he gets closer to the finish line. And it's Iris Wachula of Mackenzie as she makes her way over the line. And that wraps up our 4 and 5-year-old heat. They'll do a quick little turnaround in the warm-up lane and head back to their entrance and exit. Take a bit of a break before we see them a little later on this morning. We're going to take a quick ice resurfacing break. Time is 9:59, and racing will resume at 10:25. Racing will resume at 10:25. You're joining us here in Fort St. John for the British Columbia Long Track Championships. Thank you to the Government of Canada, Via Sport, Northern Lights College, Pomeroy Lodging, and the City of Fort St. John. We We'd also like to recognize the support of Speed Skating BC. Follow them on socials to find out more about how you can get involved with speed skating and all upcoming events. And thank you to the support from Speed Skating Canada. Racing will resume in less than 10 minutes. Racing will resume at 10:25.
Test, test.
We are getting ready to restart our BC Long Track Championships here in Fort St. John. It will be our 500-meter Olympic start. These will be for our club 9 and 10-year-old skaters. As we get ready to resume our long track championships, we'd like to say thank you to Speed Skating Canada, Speed Skating BC, the Government of Canada, Via Sport, as well as support from Pomeroy Lodging and the Northern Lights College, where they have a new speed skating collegiate program here at Northern Lights College. If you're joining us at the Pomeroy Sports Center in Fort St. John, you can find out more about that program. Our friends from Northern Lights College are here until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Next up on our schedule, our 500-meter Olympic start for our club skaters, as well as our 100-meter mass starts for our club skaters age 4 to 8. We're going to have 32 pairings in our 500-meter Olympic starts, Olympic-style starts. Our first pairing will be Aaron Tang in the inner lane, Sam Shi in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
If you're just joining us, the ringing of the bell signals they are into their final lap on this 400-meter track. These are our youth and club skaters, age 9 and 10. Both Aaron Tang and Sam Shi are from the Tri-City. Tang with an 11.735 opener, Shi with a 12.485. And it will be Aaron Tang across the line ahead of Sam Shi. Unofficial results, Aaron Tang with a 44.442 and Sam Shi with a 48.753. Pairing number 2 will be Run Yao Ning in the inner lane and Ross Mathewson in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Mathewson ahead of Knee as they do their crossover and head into the back straightaway. Renyao Knee from Tri-City, Ross Mathewson from Peninsula. And a smooth, strong finish for Roth Mathewson. Closely followed by Renyao Knee. So we wait for our screens to catch up so I can give you some finishing times. All official results can be found on Sportity or through the Sportity app using the code BCLT26. Ross Mathewson's time of 44.095 and Renyao Knee with a 49.974. Pair number 3 will be Alexandra Mueller, and in the outer lane, Jaden Lee.
Go to the start. Ready.
Close pairing here for Alexandra Mueller of Matsui with the white armband. Jaden Lee from Burnaby with a red armband. But now Mueller creating some space in that backstretch. She skates past her coach. That final corner. She eyes the finish line. Alexandra Mueller across the line for her 500 meters here, followed by Jaden Lee. Unofficially across the line with a 47.377 for Alexandra Mueller and a 51.265 for Jaden Lee. In pairing number 4, Skylar Gino Shu in the inner lane, Monet Legault-Giroux in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Skylar Gino Shu with the white armband from Burnaby. Monet Legault-Giroux with the red armband from Vancouver. Monet recently skated here in Fort St. John for BCLT last year, as well as for the Youth National competition. a 12.553 for Shu for the opener, and a 13.246 for Legault Giroux. Unofficial times of 48.75 for Monet Legault Giroux. Next pairing will be Philip Cocking in the inner lane and Luke Liu in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both athletes from Tri-City Lightning. Philip Cocking with the white armband, Luke Liu with the red armband. We've got 32 pairings in our youth 500 meters this morning here in Fort St. John. It's Luke Liu ahead of Philip Cocking. Luke Liu with that Port Coquitlam speed skating suit. Opening for Luke Liu was Luke Lee was a 13.46, and Philip Cocking's opener was a 13.542. And across the line, a 51.705 for Luke Lee and a 53.614 for Philip Cocking. Pairing number 6 will be Ji Dong in the inner lane, Ashton Lowland in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Ji Dong from Langley with the white armband, Ashton Lowland from Kamloops with the red armband. A 12.839 for Dong and a 13.417 on the opener for Lowland. Unofficially, it's going to be Ji Dong across the line ahead of Ashton Lowland. $49.949 for Ji Dong and a 51.353 for Ashton Lowland. Pair number 7, Dylan Bastiansen in the inner lane and Autumn Munn in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Close pairing with Dylan Bastiansen of Salmon Arm and Autumn Munn from Peace Wapiti Grand Prairie. As they do their crossovers and head into the backstretch. Coaches cheering them on. As they come into the final home stretch, pushing hard for the finish line. Looks like it's Dylan Bastiansen of Salmon Arm, just ahead of Grand Prairie's Autumn Munn. Bastiansen's opening time was a 12.69, and the opener for Autumn Munn was a 12.989. 48.977 for Bastiansen and a 51.172 for a finish for Autumn Munn. Pair number 8 will be Audrey Shoa of Richmond, and in the outer lane, Ray Zhao of Burnaby.
Go to the start. Ready.
Ray Zhao just ahead of Audrey Shoa. They're going to cross over. And it's Audrey Shoa, then Ray Zhao. Great pairing for number 8 of 32 pairs in our 500 meters. Audrey Shoa of Richmond coming across the line ahead of Ray Zhao of Burnaby. A 13.012 for Zhao and a 13.378 for the opener on Shoa. A 50.342 for Shua across the line, and a 51.279 for Ray Zhao. Pairing number 9 will be Heiko Sklar in the inner lane and Jacob Paradella in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Heiko Sklar with the white armband of Vancouver. Jacob Paradella skating on his home ice here in Fort St. John with a red armband. Jacob Paradella just ahead of Heiko Sklar in the backstretch. Into the corner now. One final straightaway to the finish line. They're going to power through. That's Jacob Paradella from Fort St. John and Heiko Sklar of Vancouver. Paradella with an opener of 11.647. Sklar with an opener of 12.388. Results across the line of a 44.132 for Jacob Paradella of Fort St. John and a 47.188 for Heiko Sklar. Pair number 10 will be Sophie Klapstein in the inner lane and Chloe Lee in the outer lane.
Work. Go to the start. Ready.
Sophie Klapstein of Salmon Arm with the white armband. Chloe Lee with a red armband representing Burnaby. Sophie a couple of strides ahead of Chloe in the backstretch. Chloe's dad also racing this weekend in the Masters division. An opener of a 13.525 for Chloe Clapstein and a 14 for Chloe Lee. And at the line, it's going to be a tight, close race. It was hard to see where we were. We'll wait for these results to come through, but what a great race between these two athletes. Very, very close. A 53.337 for Lee and a 53.4 for 17 for Sophie Clapstein. Next up will be Lorcan Duffy in the inner lane and Caleb McIntosh in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Lorcan Duffy with the white armband from Burnaby. Caleb McIntosh with the red armband from Prince George. An opener of 13.783 for Duffy, a 14.102 for McIntosh. Enthusiastic crowd here in Fort St. John. Caleb McIntosh just ahead of Lorcan Duffy. Seen some great races here at the BC Long Track Championships. Finishing time of 53.28 for Caleb McIntosh and a 54.1 for Lorcan Duffy. Pair number 12 will be Henry Mullins in the inner lane and Nathan O'Neill in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Henry Mullins from the Prince George Blizzard with a white armband. Nathan O'Neill with a red armband from Matt Squee. And unofficially across the line, that will be Henry Mullins, followed by Nathan O'Neill. Pair number 13 of 32 will be Quinn Kiss in the inner lane and Riley Kravats in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Quinn Kiss with the white armband representing Peninsula. And Riley Kravats with the red armband from Peace Wapiti, joining us from Grand Prairie. That's Quinn Kiss from Peninsula coming down through the finish line. Chased closely by Riley Kravats. Looks like an unofficial result of a 54.317 for Quinn Kiss and a 102.366 for Riley Kravats. Pairing number 14, Hannah Osugi Friedel in the outer lane and Daria McKinnon Booberaloo in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Hannah Osugi Friedel in the white armband from Vancouver. Daria McKinnon Booberaloo with a red armband from Peninsula. Both athletes have been to Fort St. John before for the BC Long Track Championships. Happy to see them returning here. An opener of 13.942 for Osugi Friedel and a 14.73 for McKinnon Booberaloo. And it looks to be Hannah Osugi Friedel across the line ahead of Daria McKinnon Booberaloo. Official results can be found on Sportity using the code BCLT26, all uppercase. Unofficially across the line with a 54.611 for Hannah Osugi Friedel and a 58.043 for Daria McKinnon Booberaloo. Pairing number 15 now, Ivanka Whale in the inner lane, Hunter Liu in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Skating on her home ice here is Ivanka Whale with the white armband in Fort St. John. Hunter Liu making the trip from Vancouver wearing the red armband. Ivanka out in front. She passes Coach Richard in that back stretch, followed by Hunter Liu. A 14.02 for Ivanka Whale's opener and a 14.654 for Hunter Liu in their opener. If you're joining us on the live stream, we'd like to say hello. Thanks for watching all across Western Canada. Unofficially across the line, time of 53.548 for Ivanka Whale. And 1 minute, .319 for Hunter Liu. Pair number 16, Benjamin Freilecker in the inner lane, Nevaeh Giesbrecht in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Benjamin Freilecker from Prince George Blizzard with the white armband, now crossing over to the outer lane as Nevaeh Giesbrecht from Fort St. John wearing the red armband is going to finish on the inside. An opener of 14.293 for Benjamin and a 14.845 for Nevaeh. It's Nevaeh Giesbrecht ahead of Benjamin Freilecker. Got a finishing time of a 58.451 for Nevaeh Giesbrecht. 1 minute and 46.0 for Benjamin Freilecker. Pair number 17 now will be Patience Matthewson in the inner lane, Kinsey Hank in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Close pairing here between Patience and Kinsey. Patience Matthewson is from the Peninsula Speed Skating Club. Kinsey Hank from Kelowna Speed Skating. An opener of 14.649 for Kinsey Hank and an opener of 15.059 for Patience Matthewson. And it's going to be Patience Matthewson over the finish line ahead of Kinsey Hank. $57.378 for Matthewson and a 59.752 for Hank. Pair number 18, Waylon Matt in the inner lane and Alana Blumink in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Waylon Matt from the Prince George Blizzard, skating against teammate Alana Blooming. A 14.39 for Matt and an opener of 14.467 for Blooming. And it's Alana Blooming who will finish across the line just ahead of teammate Waylon Matt. Results of a 59.029 for Alana Blooming and a 101.787 for Waylon Matt. Pair number 19 now, Lennox Scott. Inner lane, Mackenzie Acton, outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Lennox Scott skating here in Fort St. John had an opener of 13.54. And Mackenzie Acton from Kelowna Speed Skating, an opener of 15.057. And it will be Lennox Scott over the finish line ahead of Mackenzie Acton. A 58.959 for Lennox Scott of Fort St. John and a 103.961 for Mackenzie Acton of Kelowna. Pair number 20 will be Arslan Shea in the inner lane and Tabby Zeben in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Arslan Shea with the white armband from Burnaby. Tabby Zeben making the trip from Vancouver wearing the red armband. On the far side of the Pomeroy Sports Center, we can see that these athletes are now very closely matched. So they come into that final corner, one last straightaway before the finish line. Lots of encouragement from our spectators here. And it's going to be Tabby Zeben who's pulled out ahead of Arslan Shea. Arslan had an opener of 14.562, and Tabby had an opener of 14.824. Times across the finish line for Tabby Zeben, a 101.20 and a 103.189 for Arslan Shea. Pair number 21, Kelsey Clapstang in the inner lane and Maida Ahmed in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kelsey Clapstang with the white armband from Salmon Arm. Maida Ahmed with the red armband. Hometown skater here in Fort St. John. As we see them side by side in the backstretch as they go past the coach's box. An opener of 14.126 for Maida Ahmed and a 14.372 for Kelsey Clapstang. It's Maida Ahmed across the line, just ahead of Kelsey. A 57.32 for Maida Ahmed. And results for Kelsey Clapstang, a 102.740. Next up, race and pairing number 22, Henry Paz in the inner lane, Abby Mant in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Training partners here at the rink. Pomeroy Sports Center not only has the 400-meter long track, both of these athletes are also short track skaters here in Fort St. John. Henry Paz with the white armband, Abby Mant with the red armband. A 14.154 as an opener for Henry Paz and a 14.99 for Abby Mant. As they make their way to the finish line, it will be Henry Paz ahead of Abby Mant. Results for Henry Paz, a 57.361 and a 58.228 for Abby Mant. Next pairing to the ice, number 23, Mason Higgins Porter in the inner lane, Natalia Eggy in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Powering through, stride for stride. Both of these athletes are also short trackers, challenging themselves here on the long track. Wearing the white armband, Mason Higgins Porter from Peace Wapiti Speed Skating in Grand Prairie. And Natalia Eggy with a red armband from Fort St. John. These athletes in the youth and club 9 to 10-year-old skaters. Mason Higgins Porter with an opener of 14.454. Natalia Eggy with a 14.634. And Natalia Eggy will finish across the line just ahead of Mason Higgins Porter. Great race for both of those athletes as we wait for those results to come in. You can find the official results on sportity.com or through your Sportity app, BCLT26. Natalia Eggy's time, 58.905, and Mason Higgins Porter. Next, pairing Grace Gunderson, inner lane, Milo Mant, outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Grace Gunderson wearing the white armband from Prince George Blizzard. Milo Mant on his home ice here from Fort St. John. An opener of 14.572 from Milo Mant and a 14.916 for Grace Gunderson as they race to the line. A little bobble from Milo Mant, but he makes it through the finish line. Another great race, a close race here for our athletes. Milo Mant finishes with a 102.887. Gunderson with a 103.053. Pair number 25 of 32 will be Kensley McGregor in the inner lane, Madeline Blumink in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kensley McGregor with the white armband from Fort St. John. Madeline Blumink, red armband, pink helmet from Prince George Blizzard. This division features athletes aged 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. We've combined our youth and our Club 9-10 skaters. A 15.171 for Blumink and an opener of 16.415 for McGregor. Both Kensley and Madeline have siblings racing this weekend. Kensley's older brother, Austin McGregor. Madeline also racing with her sisters, Emily and Alana. a 104.223 for Madeline Blumink. And result of a 108.950 for Kensley McGregor. Next up, Lydia Vandermeer in the inner lane and Avery Walsh in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both Lydia Vandermeer and Avery Walsh train in Prince George. An opener of 14.594 for Avery Walsh and a 14.67 for Lydia Vandermeer on her opener. Another great pairing here in Fort St. John. Unofficially, it looks like it's Avery Walsh who's going to finish just ahead of Lydia Vandermeer. As we wait for these results to come in, I'd like to give a shout out to Russ and Dana from Sound in Town, always helping us out behind the scenes. A 105.837 for Avery Walsh.
Go to the start.
And a 106.718 for
Ready.
Lydia Vandermeer. Pair number 27 next, Corey Shu in the inner lane, Kira Breitkoff in the outer lane. White armband for Corey Shu of Richmond, and a red armband for Kira Breitkoff from Burnaby Speed Skating. A big thanks to all the family and friends who've traveled across the province to be here with us for the BC Long Track Championships, and all of our guests who've arrived in from Alberta and the Yukon. They had the exact same time for their opener, a 15.11 for both Shu and Breitkoff. Let's see how they finish. Final straightaway. And unofficially, it looks like Kira Breitkoff just ahead of Corey Shu. And those results, a 106.648 for Breitkoff and a 107.587 for Corey Shu. Pair number 28 next, Kieran Hazenak in the inner lane, Avon Hogg in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
If you're just joining us, the ringing of the bell signals the final lap for the skater in the lead. We're in the middle of our 500-meter mixed pairings. This is pair number 28, Kieran Hazenak from Matt Squee wearing the white armband, and Avon Hogg wearing the red armband. Avon Hogg joining us from Mackenzie Speed Skating. Kieran had an opener of 13.417, and Avon had an opener of 14.783. And it's going to be Kieran Hazenak who finishes first, followed by Avon Hogg. For our friends online, you can see that beautiful afternoon sunshine here in northern BC. We had a gorgeous sunset last night of oranges and purples. Great way to start our BC Long Track Championships. Avon Hogg had a finishing time of a 103.379, and Hazenak had a 59.559. Next up, pair number 29, Anna McIntosh, inner lane. Kaya Knowles in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both Anna McIntosh and Kaya Knowles from Prince George. We had a great time at the banquet last night. So many speed skaters making friends and having lots of fun, especially with the photo booth. Kaya Knowles had an opener of 14.789, and McIntosh an opener of 15.969. It's going to be Kaya Knowles across the line ahead of Anna McIntosh. I think it was in particular our club and our youth skaters who had so much fun at the banquet last night. Thank you to Northern Lights College for helping us put on a good evening over at the Fort St. John Curling Club. And we had the best photo booth thanks to Sound in Town. Dana and Russ setting that up for us. Okay, finishing times, a 107.521 for Knowles and a 109.535 for McIntosh. Pair number 30, Nolan Gillis, inner lane, and Jade Bahane in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
We have 32 pairs in this division of our club 9 and 10-year-old skaters and youth skaters age 11 to 13. Nolan Gillis joining us from Whitehorse. They'll be hosting the Arctic Winter Games in the middle of March. Find out more through Whitehorse and the Arctic Winter Games. Jade Bahane from Peninsula with the red armband. Opener of 15.42 for Gillis and a 16.313 for Jade Bahane. It's Nolan Gillis sprinting to the finish line, followed by Jade Bahane. a 106.369 for Gillis, and a 109.4684 Bahane. Pair number 31, Skylar Van Cowen in the inner lane, Emily Blumink in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Those bright helmets coming down the track. Skylar Van Cowen with the white armband of Prince George, along with fellow teammate from the Blizzard, Emily Blumink, with the red armband. It's going to be Skylar Van Cowen coming across the line ahead of Blumink. Skylar Van Cowen's opener was a 14.842. Emily Blumink's opener was 16.017. Results for Skylar Van Cowen, a 104.164 and a 112.535 for Emily Blumink. And our final pairing in this division, number 32, Rochelle Lloyd in the inner lane and Maya Loskin in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
These athletes both train right here in Fort St. John at the Pomeroy Sports Center. Rochelle Lloyd wearing the white armband today. And Maya Lurzikin with the red armband. This is the final pairing in this division. 15.859 from Rochelle Lloyd and an opener of 16.765 for Maya Loskin. And it's going to be Rochelle Lloyd across the line just ahead of Maya Loskin. We move from Olympic style, where there's two athletes on the ice in the pairings, to the mass starts. And we're going to switch from the full 400-meter track, and we're going to reduce it down to the 100 meters. Skating that straight away in front of the spectators, going from orange cone to orange cone. Our results are electronic. Each of the athletes has an electronic timing device. They wear it on their leg, their ankles. We also have the laser lines. And a big thank you to our volunteers who are place judging and manually keeping track of the results. Quite a team behind the scenes here. So next to the ice will be our mass start final. We had our heats earlier this morning. These athletes are ages 6, 7, and 8. 100 meters. And then following these 3 finals, we will have our club 4 and 5-year-old skaters. We're getting them on the line, ready to go. This will be race 5A. Our A final will be in lane 1, Alex Roberge of Prince George. Maya Scott in lane 2 from Fort St. John. In lane 3, Natalie Van Cowen of Prince George. In lane 4, Nolan Lynn of the Tri-City. In lane 5, Theo Tijo of Burnaby. In lane 6, Caden Lee of Burnaby. And in lane 7, Jade Workington of Fort St. John.
We're good? Yeah. Go to the start. Ready.
That was a quick 100 meters from where I'm seated. Unofficial results, Alex Roberge, Theo Tijo, Maya Scott, Jade Workington, Natalie Van Cowen, and then across the line at the same time, Nolan Lynn and Caden Lee. Next up will be race 5B, our B final. In lane 1, Hannah Lloyd, Fort St. John. Lane 2, Casey Watala, Mackenzie. Lane 3, Silas Jimmy Chu of Burnaby. Lane 4, Keegan Breitkoff of Burnaby. Lane 5, Aiden Van Cowen, Prince George. In lane 6, Isla McIntosh, Prince George. And in lane 7, Dial Candola of Mackenzie. As we ensure that all of our equipment is in place and ready to go, our officials are holding the start of this race. Make sure our previous athletes are safely in the warm-up zone. Big thank you to our track stewards also for picking up those pucks.
Go to the start. Ready.
Another great race, our B final for our 100 meters for our club skaters. Unofficially, from where I'm seated, across the line, it looked to be Keegan Breitkoff, Hannah Lloyd, Aidan Van Cowen, Silas Jimmy Chu, Casey Watala, Isla McIntosh, and Dale Condola. And our final, C final, in lane 1 will be Theodore Tang from Fort St. John. Lane 2, Eve McDougall of Fort St. John. Lane 3, Luca Bahane of Peninsula. Lane 4, Michaela Sabato, Fort St. John. Lane 5, Preston McCartney, Mackenzie. And lane 6, TJ Allen, Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready.
And in our C final, unofficially across the line, Luca Bahane, Preston McCartney, TJ Allen, Theodore Tang, Michaela Sabato, and Eve McDougall. So we give our club skaters age 6, 7, and 8 a chance to come around the full 400-meter track. Get them to safely wait along the warm-up zone. And we'll get ready for our 100-meter final in our club 4- and 5-year-old skaters. This is race 6A. In lane 1, Eliza Lilico of Fort St. John. River Curley in lane 2 from Mackenzie. In lane 3, Bram Candola of Mackenzie. And in lane 4, Iris Wachula of Mackenzie.
Go to the start. Ready.
Great encouragement for our athletes as Eliza Lilico comes across the line ahead of River Curley, followed by Bram Candola. And now skating up to the cone, finishing her race, Iris Wachula. And that wraps up this session of long track speed skating. We'll take an ice resurfacing break. And we'll be coming back with our 7-lap ISU mass starts for our Neo Junior and Junior women, our Neo Junior and our Junior men. Our racing will restart at 12:05. Current time 11:40. Racing will resume at 12:05 here at the BC Long Track Championships in Fort St. John. Official results can be found online at BCLT26 on the Sportity app. We'd also like to say thank you to Speed Skating British Columbia, Speed Skating Canada, Our sponsors include Via Sport, the Government of Canada, the City of Fort St. John, in partnership with the Northern Lights College. They now have a speed skating collegiate program here. Northern Lights College is on site today until 2 o'clock if you'd like to find out more about post-secondary education and continuing your speed skating. And a big thank you to Host Hotel Pomeroy Lodging. Racing will resume at 12:05. Racing resumes in 10 minutes. Racing resumes in 10 minutes. Restart time is 12:05. Racing resumes in 5 minutes. Racing resumes in 5 minutes.
Test.
Welcome back to the BC Long Track Championships here in Fort St. John at the Pomeroy Sports Center. Our next session on the track will be our 7-lap ISU mass starts. We're going to be proceeding with our Neo Junior and Junior women on our track, followed by our Neo Junior and Junior men. Then it will be our youth females and our youth males, and our session will wrap up with our club 9 and 10-year-old skaters doing the 4-lap ISU mass start, followed by our club skaters 6 to 8, and then 4 to 5 for their 1-lap mass start. Chief Referee Heather Hansen assembling our athletes. In this 7-lap ISU mass start for our Neo Junior and our Junior women, Gloria Han wearing helmet 1, Maria Hansen 2, Megan Van Sickle 3, Tara Ajrafi 4, Paulina Davidova 5, Nora Calder wearing the number 6, Kaylee Roberts 7, Addison Hank 8, Madeline Lazarek 9, wearing the number 10 will be April Bain, number 11 Emily Walsh, number 12 Lena Zeben, wearing the number 13 will be Alexa Lim, and wearing the number 14 will be Samara Namath.
Okay. Go to the start. Nobody's ready? Oh,
In this mass start, they will take one lap around the ice, keeping it nice and slow pace as they get going. They have a chance to challenge for sprint points. So when you hear that bell ring, they are wanting to get to the first, second, or third position to cross the laser line to challenge for those sprint points. And the most points comes down to where they finish at the very end of the race on those 7 laps to gain the most points. See them in a big long train at the moment, as this is our neutral lap in our 7-lap ISU mass start. These athletes for the Neo Juniors are age 14, 15, and our junior women are 16, 17, and 18 years of age. 14 in total. Once they come in front of the spectators straight away, you're going to see the pace really start to pick up. We've got Gloria Hahn from Tri-City, Maria Hansen from Prince George, formerly of Fort St. John, Megan Vansicle of Prince George, Tara Ashrafi of Fort St. John. And that's how they're going to lead right now. 1 and 2, Gloria Hahn, Maria Hansen, but it's Nora Calder of Mission who says, I'm going to jump right up to the front of the pack. You can cheer them on when they skate past the straightaway. We've got friends and family from all across the province cheering these athletes on, and a big thank you to everybody who's on the live stream. Gloria Hahn and Maria Hansen holding the pace at the front of the pack, followed by Megan Vansicle of Prince George. Still keeping quite close to that leader, Nora Calder of Mission, and now Addison Hank of Kelowna wanting to stay at the front. There's some movement on the backstretch. We'll see where they end up when they come around. Getting ready to go for a challenge sprint lap. Sprinting for points, 1, 2, 6, 4, 5. So Gloria Hahn is 1, Maria Hansen 2, then Nora Calder at 6, Tara Ashrafi of Fort St. John making her move, closely followed by Paulina Davidova of Peninsula. They're looking to be 1, 2, and 3 on this sprint lap to get some points. No change in the leader. Still Gloria Hahn and Maria Hansen 1 and 2. Then Tara Ashrafi has moved into 3rd position, followed by Paulina Davidova in the 4th position. Now Megan Vansicle is in 5th spot, followed by Nora Calder of Mission. All of these athletes want to keep skating in this race. If there is an athlete in the ISU mass start that does get lapped, they will be asked to come off of the track and wait in the coach's box for safety of all the other athletes. Now it's Maria Hansen, representing Prince George, formerly of Fort St. John, who's leading and trying to widen her space ahead of Gloria Hahn of the Tri-City, followed by Addison Hank of Kelowna, then Tara Ashrafi of Fort St. John, and Megan Vansicle of Prince George. Here comes Maria Hansen way out ahead. And then we've got a strong group chasing after her of Gloria Hahn, Tara Ashrafi, Megan Vansicle, and Paulina Davidova. Maria Hansen out in front. Then Gloria, Tara, Megan, and Paulina. And finishing towards the straightaway. And across the line, it's going to be Maria. Close call for second. We'll have to see those official results coming up. What a great race from our junior women and our neo junior women here in this ISU mass start. Be able to get the official results on Sportity. We wait for the official results to pop up on our screens. We know it's Maria Hansen who came across the line first. It was a very close tie for second. Just waiting for those results. As our junior and neo-junior women wrap things up. So those official results will be coming later as they need to calculate the points from all of those sprint laps and the final finish. So we really appreciate our sport experts behind the scenes as they make those calculations. Next up will be our 7-lap ISU mass start for our Neo Junior and our junior men. This is race number 8. "13 athletes in this bunch. Chief referee Heather Hansen assembling our athletes. Austin McGregor from Fort St. John will be wearing helmet cover 101. Leander Ebbett, 102. Max Wu with 103. Jacob Beasley of Kamloops of 104. Peninsula's Darren McKinnon Buberloo wearing the 105. Jared Roberts of Kamloops with the 106. Jajit Chauhan of Mount Squee wearing 107. Lucas Kopp from Kamloops, 108. Samuel O'Brien, 109 from Burnaby. Darian Beckler from Peace-Wapiti Grand Prairie with the 110. Aryan Paz wearing 111 from Fort St. John. Taha Ahmed with the 112 from Fort St. John. And Chase Kravats, 113 from Peace-Wapiti.
Go to the start. Ready.
This will be our neutral lap to start off our 7-lap ISU mass start. Our Neo Juniors, 14 and 15-year-olds, and our junior men, 16, 17, and 18 years old. 13 athletes in this bunch. Similar to the women, got to train just to keep the neutral lap slow to start. Once they come around that corner, our spectators will really start to cheer as the pace pickens up. Starter fires the gun, signaling we are ready to go. As they find their positions, out in front, Austin McGregor of Fort St. John with the 101, Leander Ebbett of Vanderhoof with the 102, Max Wu, Fort St. John, 103. Now taking the lead is Jared Roberts of Kamloops, 106. 101, Austin McGregor right behind him, followed by Max Wu, number 3, and Jacob Beasley of Kamloops, number 4. Sprint lap now, looking for points. Going into the turn, Jared Roberts with 106, followed by Austin McGregor and Max Wu at the front of the pack. Jared Roberts, Austin McGregor, Max Wu, Darren McKinnon Booberloo, Jacob Beasley, and Samuel O'Brien leading our Neo Junior and Junior men's mass start. They've got 2 laps to go. It's now Max Wu leading, Jacob Beasley, followed by Austin McGregor and Darren McKinnon Booberloo. Steady effort for all of these young men on the track here. Trying to create space in that leadership group. They all want to be out front. As they skate past the spectators, Darren McKinnon Booberloo now leading, followed by Max Wu, Samuel O'Brien, Jacob Beasley, and Austin McGregor. And sprinting to the finish line now, trying to get as much space in between them. Unofficially, it looks like it will be Jacob Beasley of Kamloops across the line, ahead of Max Wu of Fort St. John, Austin McGregor of Fort St. John, Darren McKinnon Booberloo, and Samuel O'Brien. McKinnon Booberloo from Peninsula, and O'Brien from Burnaby. As your top 5 crossing the line, of course, we will Wait for the results. All of the sprint points that need to be calculated. The official results for our mass start will come through on Sportity. Use the link and the code BCLT26 for all your official results. That wraps up our Neo Junior and our Junior Men's mass start. Next to the ice will be our youth females and our youth males, also doing the 7-lap ISU mass start. And then a little later on, we'll bring out our club skaters. Another exciting race ahead. This one for our youth female athletes, age 11, 12, 13. 25 on the line. This is race 9A. Athletes in this race: Alexandra Mueller, wearing number 1, Monet Legault-Giroux, number 2, Audrey Shaw, 3, Autumn Munn, 4, Rhea Zhao, 5, Chloe Lee, number 6, Sophie Klapstein, 7, Ivanka Whale, 8, Quinn Kiss, 9, and wearing the number 10 helmet cover, Hannah Osugi Friedel. Wearing the number 11 will be Maida Ahmed, 12, Patience Mathewson, 13, Daria McKinnon-Buberlu, 14, Abby Mant, 15, Nevea Giesbrecht, 16, Natalia Agee. Wearing the number 17, Alana Blumink. Number 18 helmet cover will be Kinsey Hank, 19, Hunter Liu, 20, Riley Curvatz. Grace Gunderson will be wearing 21. Number 22 will be Mackenzie Acton. Number 23, Skylar Van Cowen. 24, Madeline Blumink. And wearing the number 25, Rochelle Lloyd. We'd like to say thank you behind the scenes to our officials, including our sport experts, Tina Peters, Carrie Ray, Tyler Roberts, Shadi Salehi, starters Tony Hansen
Go.
and Michael Paz.
Go to the start. Ready.
25 athletes on the line in this youth female division for our 7-lap ISU mass start. Pace is a bit quicker than our neo juniors and juniors. It'll be about conserving their energy while using those bursts of speed to get those sprint points. Those get calculated at the end of the race, and we'll have results throughout the weekend. It is an exciting weekend here in Fort St. John at the Pomeroy Sports Centre for our BC Long Track Championships. As they pick up that speed, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just as they left the line, which means Alexandra Mueller of Sardis, followed by Vancouver's Monet Legault-Giroux. Then from Richmond, Audrey Shoa, wearing the number 3, followed by Grand Prairie's Autumn Munn, and then Rhea Zhao of Burnaby. 5 laps to go now. We're seeing some space at the front. Top 3, currently Alexandra Mueller, Monet Legault-Giroux, and Audrey Shoa. Then it's Rhea Zhao and Chloe Lee moving into the 4th and 5th positions, followed by Sophie Klapstein of Salmon Arm, Autumn Munn of Grand Prairie, and Ivanka Whale of Fort St. John. Into the sprint lap now, 4 laps to go. 1, 2, 3, Alexandra Mueller, Monet Legault-Giroux, and Audrey Shoa. We're watching at the Olympics for Isabelle Weideman, Yvonne Blondin, and Valerie Malte. But here in BC today, the 1, 2, 3 is Mueller, Legault-Giroux, and Shoa. Alexandra Mueller now giving the first position even more space. Monet Legault-Giroux trying to hang on. Audrey Shoa chasing them down for 1, 2, and 3. As they pick up their speed and pass the other athletes, once an athlete gets lapped, they will be pulled from the race for the safety of the other skaters and asked to wait in the coach's box. 2 laps to go. Mueller, Legault-Giroux, Shoa. In the into the final lap. It is now Audrey Shoa of Richmond who's overtaken the lead from Alexandra Mueller, but not giving up Monet Legault-Giroux. Chasing them down, Rhea Zhao, number 5 from Burnaby, and Sophie Klapstein. Then it's Autumn Munn of Grand Prairie. Those coaches getting excited now as they sprint towards the finish. Who's it going to be? Looks like Alexandra Mueller, unofficially, followed by Audrey Shoa and Monet Legault-Giroux for 1, 2, and 3. Because, of course, those results aren't finalized until all the sprint points are factored into it. Still on the track, making their way to the finish line. Sophie Klapstein, Rhea Zhao, followed by Autumn Munn and Ivanka Whale. Few spills at the finish line, but that's okay. Just get across the line. Thank you so much. Chloe Lee finishing her race. And that concludes our youth female ISU 7-lap race, our 7-lap ISU. Continuing with our youth division, our male 7-lap ISU will feature 19 athletes. This is race 10A. As we wait for our female athletes to assemble in the warm-up lane and come off the track. See some exhausted athletes as they are winded from all of that energy that they've just spent on the track, giving it their all. These are the BC Long Track Championships after all. This athlete's looking for some personal bests at this meet. As we get ready for our youth males, wearing the number 1 will be Ross Mathewson from Peninsula. Number 2, Jacob Paradella of Fort St. John. Number 3, Aaron Tang from Tri-City. Number 4, Heiko Sklar of Vancouver. Number 5, Skylar Gino Chu of Burnaby. 6, Sam Shee of Tri-City. 7, Dylan Bastiansen, Salmon Arm. 8, Sunny Nee, Tri-City. 9, Jaden Lee, Burnaby. 10, Ashton Lowland, Kamloops. 11, Henry Mullins, Prince George. 12, Caleb McIntosh, Prince George. 13, Philip Cocking, Tri-City. 14, Lorcan Duffy, Burnaby. 15, Nathan O'Neill, Matsqui. 16, Henry Poss, Fort St. John. 17, Kieran Hazanak, Matsqui. 18, Mason Higgins Porter, Grand Prairie. And 19, Nolan Gillis, Whitehorse.
119. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're underway for our youth male 7-lap ISU. Our mass start. This is our formation lap. No one can gain any kind of a racing advantage. The end of this lap, the starting gun will go again. And that signals the start of the racing laps. Got the intermediate sprints, top 3 skaters. And those intermediate sprints will earn points. It's Ross Mathewson with number 1 leading, followed by Jacob Paradella, number 2, Aaron Tang, number 3, and Heiko Sklar, number 4. But not wanting to fall too far behind, it was Sunny Nee, number 8, and Ashton Lowland, number 10, moving their way up the ranks. They're looking for those sprint points. Once you hear the bell, that will be a sprint lap. And in the final sprint, the top 6 skaters earn points. Now taking the lead, Aaron Tang of Tri-City, followed by Peninsula's Ross Mathewson, Jacob Paradella of Fort St. John, not too far behind. Then it's Sam Shee of the Tri-City, Sunny Nee of Tri-City, and Heiko Sklar of Vancouver in the leadership group. As they come around into the straightaway by the spectators, they've got 4 laps to go. Here's the sprint lap. Still a fight for the sprint points. Aaron Tang leading, Ross Mathewson and Jacob Paradella. Sam Shee making his way into the 4th spot. Aaron Tang retains the lead, followed by Ross Mathewson and Jacob Paradella. Skating side by side, Heiko Sklar and Sam Shee chasing them down. All of these athletes wanting to stay on this track, not wanting to be lapped and pulled off out of the race. Tang, Mathewson, Paradella still leading 1, 2, 3. Then moving up, Ashton Lowland with the number 10, Dylan Bastiansen with the 7, and Caleb McIntosh, number 12. Have they passed a few more athletes on the track? Final lap, here we go. Now it's Jacob Paradella leading Aaron Tang and Ross Mathewson. Top 6 athletes will get sprint points. This crowd really starting to come alive now in our youth male mass start. Here we go. It's going to be a great finish. our second grouping. Unofficially, it looks like it was Jacob Paradella of Fort St. John coming across the line first. As our officials work hard behind the scenes to tabulate the results and ensure the integrity of all of the races. We'll just take a bit of a pause as we allow our youth male athletes to finish on the track as they come into the warm-up zone. They'll move from that warm-up lane, get their guards on. And we'll still see our youth male athletes 2 more times this afternoon. They've got the 300-meter mass starts for the heats and the finals, same as the youth female athletes do. We'll see our neo-juniors, juniors, seniors, and masters on the 400-meter track 1 more time today. That will be a little closer to 2:30, 2:45 for their 1,500-meter Olympic style. So we've got a mix of the pairings, the quartets, and the mass starts today here in day 1 of the 2026 BC Long Track Championships in Fort St. John, the energetic city. Next to the ice will be our club 9 and 10-year-old athletes. This is a mixed genders race. This will be our 4-lap ISU mass start. They were seeded on the line based on their seed time submitted. This will be race 11A. In lane 1, Ji Dong of Langley. Lane 2, Luke Liu, Tri-City. 3, Lennox Scott, Fort St. John. 4, Benjamin Freilecker, Prince George. 5, Tabby Zeben, Vancouver. 6, Waylon Matt, Prince George. 7, Kelsey Clapsing, Salmon Arm. 8, Milo Mant, Fort St. John. 9, Arslan Shea, Burnaby. 10, Avon Hogg, Mackenzie. 11, Avery Walsh, Prince George. 12, Kira Breitkoff, Burnaby. 13, Lydia Van der Meer, Prince George. 14, Kaya Knowles, Prince George. 15, Corey Chu, Richmond. 16, Kensley McGregor, Fort St. John. 17, Jade Bahane, Peninsula. 18, Anna McIntosh, Prince George. 19, Emily Blumink, Prince George. And 20, Maya Losican, Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready.
We'll start off with our neutral lap, formation lap. No one skater can get an advantage in this lap.
That was
As our starter gets ready to signal, the race proceeds. And now this is where the athletes can pick up the pace. So Ji Dong, number 1, and Lennox Scott, number 3, certainly do that. They're looking to take advantage of the lead, build up some speed, give a bit of a buffer between the lead 3 skaters. And then we've got another group of 3 and a group of 4 chasing them down. We'll see how it all shakes out once they come in front of the spectator zone. As they pass the timing deck, it's Luke Liu of Tri-City leading Ji Dong of Langley, followed by Lennox Scott of Fort St. John. Tavi Zeben, she's not giving up. She's way up there from Vancouver. And Arslan Shea, wearing the number 9 from Burnaby. This is our 4-lap ISU mass start. And this is going to be the final lap, 2 and 1 at the front. That's Luke Liu wearing the number 2, followed by Ji Dong. Bell lap, sprint lap, here they go. We want to get some points. Then it is Tavi Zeben, followed by Kelsey Clapstein of Salmon Arm and Lennox Scott of Fort St. John. And they've got to keep up that speed, build their endurance. This is a sprint lap, looking for some points, as well as trying to move up top 6 skaters. Had somebody go down in the back stretch. They're back up on their feet now. As the leaders continue to pick up speed towards the finish line. Unofficially, it looks like it was Tabby Zeben, followed by Kelsey Clapstein, then Avon Hogg of Mackenzie, and Milo Mant of Fort St. John. It's great to see the crowd cheering on these athletes as they come to the finish line looking for the biggest orange cone. A lot of those other orange cones are dividing up the track from the warm-up lane, ensuring we get them all across the finish line. And that will wrap it up for our club 9 and 10-year-old skaters in the mass start. Two more mass starts to go before we take an ice resurfacing break, and we'll take a break for lunch, albeit a short one. We've got lots of racing here at the BC Long Track Championships. Big thank you to our referees here at our BCLT, Heather Hansen, Amanda Leonard, mentoring our team, as well as the experienced Wim Koch. And one of our new referees as she gains more experience. What a great team to be mentored by. Christy Giesbrecht has joined the referee contingent. Thanks to our meet coordinator, Cameron Eggy, mentored by National Meet Coordinator Deanne Steckel. He's taking care of our athletes, getting them onto the ice, making sure those transponders are all numbered correctly and with the right athlete. Our lap counters, Nikki Hogg, Derek Beckler. A few of our volunteers supporting the Chief Electronic Timing, Emily Paz, thanks to Esbern Hansen. Leading our place judges, thank you to Kim Telzen, Tara Curry. We're getting ready for our club skaters who are ages 6, 7, and 8 years old to do this one-lap ISU mass start. For some of these athletes, this will be their very first mass start in competition. So Chief Referee Heather Hansen taking the time to review the rules. In this group, we'll have 20 skaters on the line. This is race 12A. In lane 1, wearing helmet cover number 1, Alex Roberge of Prince George. 2, Theo Tijo, Burnaby. 3, Natalie Van Cowen, Prince George. 4, Maya Scott, Fort St. John. 5, Jade Workington, Fort St. John. 6, Nolan Lynn, Tri-City. 7, Caden Lee, Burnaby. 8, Keegan Breakoff, Burnaby. 9, Hannah Lloyd, Fort St. John. 10, Silas Jimmy Chu, Burnaby. 11, Aiden Van Cowen, Prince George. 12, Casey Watala, Mackenzie. 13, Isla McIntosh, Prince George. 14, Dial Candola, Mackenzie. 15, Luca Bahane, Peninsula. 16, Preston McCartney, Mackenzie. 17, TJ Allen, Fort St. John. 18, Theodore Tang, Fort St. John. 19, Michaela Sabato, Fort St. John. And 20, Eve McDougall, Fort St. John. This looks to be a very excited bunch, getting ready for this mass start.
Go to the start. Ready.
And our 20 club skaters are off. Bell lap. Just the 400 meters left to go in this mass start. Great thing is nobody can be lapped on this. They give it their all, full speed ahead towards the finish line, into that corner, and one final straightaway as the crowd gets excited for these athletes. And unofficially, it looks like it's Theo Tijo of Burnaby coming across the line ahead of Nolan Lynn of Tri-City, followed by Natalie Van Cowen of Prince George, followed by Silas Jimmy Chu of Burnaby, and Maya Scott of Fort St. John for the first five that we could see cross the line. Of course, unofficial results at this point. They'll calculate the sprint points the final points, and update Sportity at the end of the day. As our 6, 7, and 8-year-olds exit the track, we'll get set up for the fastest 4 skaters in Western Canada who are here for their 1-lap ISU mass start. We do have a 50-50 cash raffle going on this weekend to support speed skating. You can see the QR code around the Pomeroy Sports Center. They'll be making that draw tomorrow afternoon after 4 o'clock. We also have some awards to present tomorrow. This is a true sport event. True sport principles include go for it, play fair, respect others, keep it fun, stay healthy, include everyone, and give back. Virtues of fairness, excellence, inclusion, and fun. If you see of someone, an athlete, who is displaying true sport principles, be sure to nominate them. Nomination forms are available through Sportity. Submit those nominations before lunchtime tomorrow. We'll be handing out some True Sport awards tomorrow. This is race 13A. Number 1, Eliza Lilico of Fort St. John. 2, River Curley, Mackenzie. 3, Bram Candola, Mackenzie. And 4, Iris Huichala, Mackenzie.
Go to the start. Ready.
And our mass start is underway. 400 meters to go for Eliza Lilico, River Curley, Bram Candola, and Iris Huichala. This is our club 4 and 5-year-old skaters. Skating to the finish line, Eliza Lilico of Fort St. John. That's River Curley of Mackenzie. River Curley coming across the finish line as chief referee Heather Hansen is just past the cones where they need to finish. Still on the track, we have Bram Candola of Mackenzie and Iris Huichula. Everyone starts somewhere, and for these athletes, they've got their whole speed skating careers ahead of them. They're off to such a great start. That's Bram Candola of Mackenzie who's come across the finish line. Iris has made her final corner. What a great response from our crowd here in Fort St. John. Into that final straightaway. Here comes Iris Huichula. And Iris finishes her mass start. And that concludes our club 4 and 5-year-old skaters. And that wraps up this session of speed skating on the long track. We're going to take an ice resurfacing break and a bit of a lunch break. Still to come this afternoon, our youth and club skaters will be doing their 300-meter mass starts. We have our Neo Juniors, Juniors, Seniors, and Masters a little later on this afternoon in their 1,500-meter Olympic style. And then our finals for the 300 meters for our youth and club skaters. Current time is 1:13. Racing will resume at 1:50. 1:50. Racing will resume at 1:50 this afternoon. Enjoy your lunch break, and thank you for joining us here at the BC Long Track Championships in Fort St. John. A big thank you to the Government of Canada, Via Sport, Northern Lights College, Pomeroy Lodging, and the City of Fort St. John, as well as all of our community partners. Racing will resume in 10 minutes at 1:50. Racing will resume in 10 minutes.
Test, test. Test, test. Cool.
We hope you've had a great lunch break as we are getting ready to resume our BC Long Track Championships. Next up on the schedule are mass starts for 300 meters. These are all heats in this session. Our finals will be a little later on this afternoon for our youth female, youth male, Club 9-10, Club 6-8, and Club 4-5. Welcome back to the Pomeroy Sports Center for our afternoon of racing here on the long track for our BC Long Track Championships. Big thank you to the Government of Canada, Via Sport, Speed Skating Canada, and Speed Skating BC. Be sure to follow Speed Skating BC on socials to find out about upcoming events, training sessions for officials, and how to get involved. Our gold sponsors for this weekend's event include Pomeroy Lodging, Fiercely Invested, and the Northern Lights College. Big thank you to Northern Lights for joining us here this morning and telling all of our athletes about their speed skating collegiate program that was announced last year at the Speed Skating Nationals. I'd also like to say thank you to Tourbillon Turbine Services and generous community supporters. Thank you to everybody who is joining us on the live stream on YouTube. We've got over 125 athletes competing here this weekend in the BC Long Track Championships. As we assemble our athletes, we are going to get ready for our 300 meters. It will be mass starts. There are 4 heats in this first session for our youth female athletes, age 11, 12, and 13. The skater who comes across the line first automatically advances to the final, +3. So it's a 1+3 setup for these heats. Our finals will go a little later on this afternoon. If you're looking for the updated schedule and the official results, you can go online to sportity.com or download the Sportity app and enter the code BCLT for BC Long Track 26. That code is BCLT 26 on the Sportity app for all of your official upcoming races and results.
Go to the start. Ready.
This is race 14A in lane 1, Alexander Mueller from Sardis. Lane 2, Ivanka Whale, Fort St. John. Lane 3, Quinn Kiss of Peninsula. Lane 4, Natalia Eggy of Fort St. John. Lane 5, Alana Blumink, Prince George. Lane 6, Madeline Blumink, Prince George. And lane 7, Rochelle Lloyd, Fort St. John. Unofficially across the line, it looks like Alexandra Mueller of Sardis coming along first. And a very close second place tie for Quinn Kiss and Ivanka Whale. Too close to call. We'll wait for the official results to come in. Followed by Alana Blumink, Natalia Eggy for the top 5. Race 14B will be lane 1, Monet Legault-Giroux of Vancouver. Lane 2, Sophie Klapstein of Salmon Arm. Lane 3, Hannah Osugi Friedel of Vancouver. Lane 4, Nevea Giesbrecht, Fort St. John. Lane 5, Kinsey Hank, Kelowna. And lane 6, Skylar Van Cowen, Prince George.
Go to the start. Ready.
Unofficially across the line, it looks like Monet Legault-Giroux from Vancouver coming across first, followed by Sophie Klapstein of Salmon Arm, Neve Giesbrecht, followed by Kinsey Hank, and tied Skylar Van Cowen and Hannah Osugi Friedel. In race 14C, in lane 1 will be Audrey Shoa of Richmond. Lane 2, Chloe Lee, Burnaby. Lane 3, Maida Ahmed, Fort St. John. Lane 4, Abby Ment, Fort St. John. Lane 5, Hunter Liu, Vancouver. And lane 6, Mackenzie Acton, Kelowna.
Go to the start. Ready.
Unofficially across the line, Audrey Shua of Richmond, followed by Chloe Lee of Burnaby, Maida Ahmed, Abby Ment, Hunter Liu, and Mackenzie Acton. And race 14D will be Autumn Munn in lane 1 of Grand Prairie. In lane 2, Rhea Zhao of Burnaby. Lane 3, Patience Mathewson, Peninsula. In lane 4, Daria McKinnon Buberlu, Peninsula. In lane 5, Riley Cravats, Grand Prairie. And lane 6, Grace Gunderson, Prince George.
Go to the start. Ready.
What a great finish on that race. Too close to call for the finish. It was Rhea Zhao and Autumn Munn tied at the line. We'll see those official results when they come out. And then it was Patience Mathewson, followed by Grace Gunderson, Daria McKinnon Buberlu, and Riley Cravats. Moving on to our youth male division 300-meter heats, race 15A. In lane 1, Ross Mathewson from Peninsula. Lane 2, Sam Shee, Tri-City. Lane 3, Dylan Bastiansen of Salmon Arm. Lane 4, Caleb McIntosh, Prince George. Lane 5, Philip Cocking, Tri-City. Lane 6, Mason Higgins Porter, Grand Prairie. And lane 7, Nolan Gillis, Whitehorse.
Go to the start. Ready.
Unofficially across the line, Ross Mathewson, Sam Shee, Dylan Bastiansen, Philip Cocking, Mason Higgins Porter, Caleb McIntosh, and Nolan Gillis. Race 15B in lane 1, Jacob Paradella, Fort St. John. Lane 2, Skylar Gino Chu of Burnaby. Lane 3, Sunny Nee, Tri-City. Lane 4, Henry Mullins of Prince George. Lane 5, Lorcan Duffy, Burnaby. And lane 6, Kieran Hasnack of Matsqui.
Go to the start. Ready.
Unofficially across the line, Jacob Paradella of Fort St. John, followed by Skylar Gino Chu, Henry Mullins, Sunny Nee, Kieran Hasnack, and Lorcan Duffy. And race 15C in these youth male 300-meter heats. In lane 1 will feature Aaron Tang of Tri-City. In lane 2, Heiko Sklar of Vancouver. Lane 3, Jaden Lee of Burnaby. Lane 4, Ashton Lowland of Kamloops. Lane 5, Nathan O'Neill, Matsqui. And in lane 6, Henry Poss of Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready.
Unofficially across the line, Aaron Tang, Heiko Sklar, Jaden Lee, Ashton Lowland, Henry Poss, and Nathan O'Neill. As our youth come off the track, we are going to get our club 9 and 10-year-old skaters over to the starting line. There will be 3 heats in this division, mixed genders. The top 2 advanced +1, so this is a 2+1 for our heats in 300 meters. Race 16A in lane 1 will feature Ji Dong of Langley. Lane 2, Waylon Matt of Prince George. Lane 3, Kelsey Klapstein of Salmon Arm. Lane 4, Kira Breitkoff of Burnaby. Lane 5, Lydia Vandermeer of Prince George. Lane 6, Anna McIntosh, Prince George. And lane 7, Emily Blumink, Prince George.
Go to the start. Ready.
Unofficially across the line, Ji Dong, Waylon Matt, Kira Breitkoff, Lydia Vandermeer, Kelsey Klapstein, Anna McIntosh, and Emily Blumink. Race 16B in lane 1, Luke Lee of the Tri-City. Lane 2, Tabby Zeben, Vancouver. Lane 3, Milo Mant, Fort St. John. Lane 4, Avery Walsh, Prince George. Lane 5, Kaya Knowles, Prince George. Lane 6, Jade Bahane, Peninsula. And Lane 7, Maya Loxon, Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready.
Across the line, Luke Lee of Tri-City, followed by Tabby Zeben, Milo Mant, Kaya Knowles, Avery Walsh, Jade Bahane, and Maya Lozikin. Race 16C, in lane 1, Lennox Scott of Fort St. John. Lane 2, Benjamin Freiliger of Prince George. Lane 3, Arslan Shea of Burnaby. Lane 4, Evan Hogg, Mackenzie. Lane 5, Corey Chu of Richmond. And lane 6, Kensley McGregor, Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready.
And across the line, Lennox Scott of Fort St. John, followed by Benjamin Freiliger of Prince George, Arslan Shea, Corey Chu, Evan Hogg, and Kensley McGregor. That wraps up our Club 9 and 10-year-old skaters for their 300-meter heats. Next to the ice will be our Club 6, 7, and 8-year-old skaters. These are mixed gender divisions. 3 heats in this session for their 300 meters. It's a 2+1, so the top 2 athletes in each race will advance to the final, +1. So a 2+1. In race 17A, in lane 1 will be Alex Roberge of Prince George. In lane 2, Nolan Lynn, Tri-City. In lane 3, Caden Lee of Burnaby. In lane 4, Casey Watala, Mackenzie. Lane 5, Isla McIntosh, Prince George. Lane 6, Theodore Tang of Fort St. John. And lane 7, Michaela Sabido, Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready. Over the finish line, Nolan Lynn of Tri-City, followed by Alex Roberge of Prince George, followed by Caden Lee, Isla McIntosh, Casey Watala, Michaela Sabido, and Theodore Tang. Race 17B will be Theo Tujo in lane 1 from Burnaby, Jade Workington, lane 2 of Fort St. John, lane 3, Keegan Breitkoff, Burnaby, lane 4, Aiden Van Cowen, Prince George, lane 5, Dale Candola, Mackenzie, lane 6, TJ Allen, Fort St. John, and lane 7, Eve McDougall, Fort St. John. Go to the start. Ready.
Theo Tijo of Burnaby coming across the line ahead of Keegan Breitkoff of Burnaby, followed by Jade Workington, Aiden Van Cowen, Dale Candola, TJ Allen, and Eve McDougall. Race 17C in lane 1 will be Natalie Van Cowen of Prince George, lane 2, Maya Scott, Fort St. John, lane 3, Hannah Lloyd, Fort St. John,
Lane 4, Silas Jimmy Chu of Burnaby. Lane 5, Luca Bahane, Peninsula. And Lane 6, Preston McCartney, Mackenzie.
Go to the start. Ready.
Natalie Van Cowen of Prince George. Across the line, ahead of Silas Jimmy Chu of Burnaby, followed by Maya Scott, Hannah Lloyd, Luca Bahane, and Preston McCartney. This is race 18A. In lane 1, Eliza Lilico of Fort St. John. Lane 2, River Curley of Mackenzie. Lane 3, Bran Candola, Mackenzie. And lane 4, Iris Wachula of Mackenzie.
Go to, we'll try again. Go to the start. Ready.
That's Eliza Lilico of Fort St. John coming across the finish line, followed by River Curley of Mackenzie. as Bram Candola comes across the line, also of Mackenzie. And finishing her 300-meter heat, that's Iris Wachula, also of Mackenzie. That wraps up this session of races here at the BC Long Track Championships in Fort St. John. We invite you to get your ticket on the 50-50 cash raffle. That draw will be happening after 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Tickets are available online. You can get the app through, you can get the info through your Sportity app. You can also scan the QR code located around the Pomeroy Sports Center, and you'll be supporting speed skating here in BC. We're going to take an ice resurfacing break. Following the track resurfacing will be our 1,500-meter pairings, quartets for our neo-juniors, juniors, seniors, and masters. We'll have our 300-meter finals for our youth, female, and male, followed by our club skaters. Racing will resume at 2:55. 2:55. Current time is 2:30. Racing will resume at 2:55 for our 1,500 meters for our neo-juniors, juniors, seniors, and masters. Race restart, 2:55.
Hey, we've got a couple of door prizes to give away. A big thank you to Northern Lakes College. So thanks so much, Northern Lakes College, for our door prizes. We've got swag bags, baskets, all sorts of great things. First winner, Wilf Rector of Fort St. John. Wilf Rector, congratulations. You've won yourself a really great prize basket from Northern Lights in our speed skating program. And winner number 2, Sajida Nahid of Fort St. John. Congratulations, Sajida. You have also won a gift basket thanks to the Northern Lights College. Thanks to everyone who entered. And if you'd like to get more information about speed skating here in Fort St. John, you can go online to the Northern Lights College website and learn more about the collegiate speed skating program.
Racing resumes at 2:55. Racing resumes at 2:55. Current time is 2:44. 10 minutes.
Racing resumes in less than 5 minutes. Racing resumes in less than 5 minutes. This will be the call for Neo Junior, Junior, Senior, and Masters for the 1500 meter.
Test shot, test shot. Test shot, test shot.
Coming up tomorrow afternoon, we've got the Randy Sulima Memorial Race. If you're interested to be part of that race, you can sign up. There's a link in your Sportity app. That's the Randy Sulima Memorial Race tomorrow afternoon. We'll also be handing out awards tomorrow. Racing is about to resume. We are going to be moving into our quartets, so we will have 2 pairings at the same time, queued up, ready to skate the 1500 meter. This is a mixed division, Olympic style, as we finish off day number 1 for our BC Long Track Championships here in Fort St. John, as well as our invited guests from the northern regions. We have guests and friends joining us from Grand Prairie as well as Whitehorse. A big thank you to all of our sponsors and supporters of speed skating, and especially to the fan club, family and friends who are in the spectator zone here at the Pomeroy Sports Center and watching and cheering on from home online. So based on earlier results from the 500 meters, these athletes have been seeded into their 1500 meters. As we get prepared for our 1500 meters, in the first pair, in the inner lane will be Austin McGregor. In the outer lane, Leander Ebbett. In the second pair, in the inner lane, Max Wu.
And the outer lane will be Jacob Beasley.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Go to the start. Ready.
Austin McGregor with a white band from Fort St. John, and Leander Ebbett with the red armband from Vanderhoof. Looks like Austin McGregor ahead of Leander Abbott in the backstretch. In our second pairing, it's Max Wu of Fort St. John with the yellow armband and Jacob Beasley with the blue armband from Kamloops. Max Wu leading the second pairing. Austin McGregor still ahead of Leander Ebbett. Max Wu leading Jacob Beasley. We've got a lot of young skaters cheering on, the more experienced older athletes. Into the bell lap now, Austin McGregor continues to lead Leander Ebbett. Austin, part of the speed skating collegiate program for the Northern Lights College here in Fort St. John. Stride for stride, Max Wu, Jacob Beasley into their final 400 meters on the long track. And that'll be Austin McGregor coming across the line ahead of Leander Ebbett. Split time on their most recent laps. And it'll be Jacob Beasley ahead of Max Wu. McGregor with a 1:12.33, Ebbett with a 1:14.37. And with that whistle, that concludes our first quartet. Max Wu coming across the line with a 135.63 and Jacob Beasley with a 136.13. In our next pairing, in the inner lane, Durin McKinnon-Buberlew. In the outer lane, Jeff Hamilton. In the second pair, Jared Roberts in the inner lane and Jajit Chauhan in the outer lane.
Electronic voting.
Skaters delay for electronic timing. I'll blow you back in. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Durin McKinnon-Buberlew with the white armband representing Peninsula, and Jeff Hamilton with the red armband of Whitehorse in the first pairing. Jared Roberts with the yellow armband from Kamloops, and Jajit Chauhan, the blue armband from Mount Squee. Just getting a preview behind the scenes of some of the photos from Anna Davidova. You can get the link for all of the photos on Sportity. Durin McKinnon-Buberlew leading his pairing with Jeff Hamilton with 2 laps to go. And Jared Roberts leading his pairing with Jajit Chauhan, also 2 laps to go. Into the bell lap now, Durin McKinnon-Buberlew and Jeff Hamilton. Final 400 meters here for their 1500 meter. And Jared Roberts into the bell lap now, followed by Jajit Chauhan. And across the finish line for Durin McKinnon Booperaloo. And that last lap averaging 32.84. Followed by Jeff Hamilton across the line. Jared Roberts finishing his 1500 meter. And Jajit Chauhan. In the next pairing, in pair number 5, on the inner lane, Gloria Hahn. In the outer lane, Lucas Kopp. Pair number 6, the second pair, Samuel O'Brien on the inner lane and Maria Hansen on the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready. Two laps to go. Gloria Hahn and Lucas Kopp stride for stride on the backstretch. A very evenly matched pair in Maria Hansen and Samuel O'Brien. Gloria Hahn from Tri-City, Lucas Kopp from Kamloops, Gloria wearing the white armband, Lucas with the red. Samuel O'Brien with the yellow armband from Burnaby, Maria Hansen with the blue armband from Prince George. Now into the bell lap, Gloria Hahn has taken the lead in her pairing over Lucas Kopp. Bell lap now for Maria Hansen and Samuel O'Brien, still evenly matched. They're going to do their crossover. Crossover and into the backstretch past the coach's box. It's Samuel O'Brien who's taken the lead over Maria Hansen now. She's not giving up. Lucas Kopp now powering to the finish line just ahead of Gloria Hahn. Stride for stride, swinging those arms, powering through to the finish line. It's a close one on this pair. Very close one from where we're seated. Looked like perhaps Maria Hansen had a small edge on Samuel O'Brien, but what a great quad that was. Next up will be pair number 7, Darian Beckler on the inner lane, Megan Vansicle in the outside lane, in the outer lane. And in the second pairing, pair number 8, Tara Ajrafi in the inner lane, Paulina Davidova in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Darian Beckler of Peacewappity Grand Prairie and Megan Vansigal of Prince George Blizzard. Darian Beckler doing his crossover into the backstretch just ahead of Megan Vansigal. And it's Paulina Davidova and Tara Ashrafi. Tara from Fort St. John, Paulina from Peninsula. 2 laps to go. Still an even pairing in Darian Beckler and Megan Vansigal. Darian with the white armband, Megan Vansigal with the red armband. As they cross over and head into the backstretch. Narrow lead for Megan Vansigal over Darian Beckler. Two laps to go now. Tara Ashrafi with the narrow lead over Paulina Davidova as they do their crossover and head into the backstretch. Powering through now into the bell lap final 400 meters for Darian Beckler and Megan Vansigal. Into the bell lap now, Tara Ashrafi leading Paulina Davidova. And it's going to be a strong finish at the line. And a close finish on that one. Darian Beckler just ahead of Megan Vansigal. Into the final stretch towards the finish line now. Tara Ashrafi and Paulina Davidova. Another great pairing here in Fort St. John. Pair number 9 will be Nora Calder in the inner lane, Malcolm Kennett in the outer lane, and in our second pair, pair number 10, Kaylee Roberts in the inner lane and Kim Klapstein in the outer lane.
Skaters go off, stay warm. There's a delay with electronic timing. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
This is our fifth pairing of 13 pairings in our 1500 meters. We've got Malcolm Kennett with the red armband from Burnaby, one of our Masters athletes, and Nora Calder with the white armband, one of our Neo Junior women. In the second pairing, Kaylee Roberts with the yellow armband, Neo Junior from Kamloops, and Kim Clapstein of Salmon Arm, wearing the blue armband, one of our Masters athletes. Malcolm Kennett leading Nora Calder. And Kaylee Roberts, a narrow lead ahead of Kim Clapstein. Bell lap now. Into the final 400 meters for Malcolm Kennett, who continues to lead Nora Calder. Bell lap now for Kim Clapstein and Kaylee Roberts. And right through to the finish, that will be Malcolm Kennett coming across the line. Here comes Nora Calder out of the Mission Speed Skaters, Mission Racers. Final straightaway to the finish line. It'll be Salmon Arms' Kim Clapstein. And Kamloops' Kaylee Roberts coming across the line in her 1500 meters. Quartet number 6 will feature pair number 11, Victor Curry Gonzalez in the inner lane and Addison Hank in the outer lane. In the second pair, Ariane Poss in the inner lane and Lindsay Vandermeer in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Yeah. Ready.
That's Victor Curry Gonzalez with the white armband from Burnaby and Addison Hank with the red armband from Kelowna. In our second pairing, Ariane Poss with the yellow armband from Fort St. John. And Lindsay Vandermeer with the blue armband from Prince George. Two laps to go now for Victor Curry-Gonzalez and Addison Hank. Curry-Gonzalez leading Hank as they cross over and head into the backstretch. Coming out of the corner, Lindsay Vandermeer leading Ariane Poss. Bell lap now, final 400 meters. Victor Curry-Gonzalez of Burnaby. Coming around the corner with Addison Hank of Kelowna. Widening her lead, it's Lindsay Vandermeer of Prince George. Into the bell lap now, final 400 meters, as well as the final lap for Ariane Poss. Stride for stride and turning on the jets is Addison Hank as she sprints towards the finish just ahead of Victor Curry-Gonzalez. And into her final straightaway, Lindsay Vandermeer coming across the line. Followed by Ariane Poss. Next up, quartet 7 of 13 in the first pair, Taha Ahmed in the inner lane, Terry Lazaruk in the outer lane. In the second pair, Madeline Lazaruk in the inner lane, and Furman Tijo in the outer lane.
Might have. We might have to verify with electronic timing if we'll go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. To the red line, please. Ready.
That's Taha Ahmed with the white armband from Fort St. John, going stride for stride with Terry Lazaruk of Kamloops with the red armband. Taha, one of the juniors in this division. Terry Lazaruk, one of our Masters athletes. Madeline Lazaruk, one of our junior female athletes with the yellow armband. And Furman Tijo with the blue armband, our Masters athlete. Two laps to go now for Furman Tijo and Madeline Lazaruk. Final lap for Taha Ahmed. And final lap for Terry Lazaruk. Both dad and daughter on the track for this one, although in different pairings. Coming fast towards the finish line. Bell lap now for Madeline Lazaruk and Furman Tijo. Sprinting towards the finish line, Taha Ahmed of Fort St. John. And from our Masters division, Terry Lazaruk coming across the line in his 1500 meter. Furman Tijo finishing, and Madeline Lazaruk across the line. We're in the middle of 13 pairings for the 1500 meter. In our quartet, our 8th quartet, pair number 15. In the inner lane will be Peter Lowland, and in the outer lane, April Bain. In our 2nd pairing, Emily Walsh in the inner lane, and Lina Zeben in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
Peter Lowland with the white armband of Kamloops, leading April Bain of Burnaby. She's wearing the red armband. Peter, one of our Masters athletes. April, a Neo Junior. Emily Walsh of Prince George with the yellow armband, also a Neo Junior female athlete, as well as Lina Zeben wearing the blue armband representing Vancouver. April Bain of Burnaby, chasing down Peter Lowland of Kamloops. Evenly matched pair in Emily Walsh and Lina Zeben. Emily with the yellow, Lina with the blue. One lap to go for Peter Lowland. Final 400 meters for April Bain. Final lap now for Emily Walsh and Lina Zeben. Pushing hard to the finish with a smile on his face even. Peter Lowland coming across the line. Determination on the face of April Bain as she completes her 1500 meters. Into the final straightaway now. In front of the spectators as they start to get excited for this pairing. And it looks to be a very close finish with Emily Walsh narrowly coming ahead of Lina Zeben. Quartet number 9 will feature Chase Cravats in the inner lane, Alexa Lim in the outer lane, and the second pairing will be Samara Namath in the inner lane, Katie Steenman in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready.
This is Chase Cravats of Peacewappity Grand Prairie with the white armband, and Alexa Lim with the red armband representing Tri-City. Chase is one of our Neo Junior male athletes. Samara Namath with the yellow armband from Mission, paired with Katie Steenman, the blue armband from Peninsula. Two laps to go now as Chase Cravats picks up speed along with Alexa Lim. Long track is something new for Chase. Only switching over to long track last year. He's also a short tracker going to the Alberta Winter Games and the Arctic Winter Games this year. Evenly matched with Samara Namath and Katie Steeman as they cross over and head into the backstretch past the coach's box. Final lap now for Chase Cravats and Alexa Lim. Bell lap now for Samara Namath and Katie Steenman as they cross over and head into the back stretch, stride for stride. In this pairing, it'll be Chase Cravats coming across the line. Alexa Lim finishing off her 1,500 meters nice and strong. All the official results can be found through Sportity. That's Katie Steenman coming across the line in her 1,500 meters. With a great finish from Samara Namath. Quartet number 10 in the first pairing will be David Zeben in the inner lane, Natalie Stewart in the outer lane.
All skaters
In
on the
second
ice.
Pairing, Lena Ling in the inner lane and Hugh Breitkoff in the outer lane.
Luke. Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. To the start. Ready.
David Zeben with the white armband from Vancouver in our Masters division. Natalie Stewart with the red armband. Also in our Ladies Masters division. Lena Ling with the yellow armband from Vancouver. The Ladies Masters athletes. And Hugh Breitkoff with the blue armband from Burnaby. Another one of our Masters athletes in the men's division. David Zeben skating through the back stretch as Natalie Stewart comes around the corner and heads into her back stretch. Lena Ling, the yellow armband, heading into the corner, followed by Hugh Breitkoff with the blue armband. Bell lap now for David Zeben of Vancouver. Final 400 meters for Richmond's Natalie Stewart. Bell lap now for Lena Ling. And the final 400 meters for Hugh Breitkoff. Let's cheer on these Masters athletes. They're doing stuff that we're not doing, and they are looking fantastic on the long track here. David Zeben across the line for his 1,500 meters. Here comes Natalie Stewart as she crosses the finish line. Final corner now. Here comes Hugh Breitkoff and Lena Ling. Final push to the finish for Lena Ling. And that's a great finish for Hugh Breitkoff. We're into our 11th quartet of 13. First pairing, number 21, will be James McIntosh in the inner lane, Jan Zurcher in the outer lane. In the second pairing, Adam Zhao in the inner lane and Jackie Humber in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Come on. Ready.
Speed skating really is a sport for all ages. We can see that here on the long track this weekend. That's James McIntosh with the white armband from Prince George Blizzard. Jan Zurcher in the red armband from Peninsula. And the medals don't stop coming once you hit 18 or 19. There are awards handed out for all age divisions here at the BC Long Track Championships. Adam Zhao with the yellow armband from Burnaby. And Jackie Humber from Langley with the blue armband. 2 laps to go now. Strong and solid pairing in James McIntosh and Jan Zurcher. For these athletes, it's their final race of the day. Take a well-deserved break before they get back on the ice tomorrow. Adam Zhao with 2 laps to go, followed by Jackie Humber. Bell lap now for Jan Zurcher of Peninsula. Final 400 meters for Prince George's James McIntosh. Bell lap now for Adam Zhao and Jackie Humber. Adam from Burnaby, Jackie from Langley. And across the finish line for Jan Zurcher. And finishing his 1,500 meters, James McIntosh. These athletes put a lot of heart and soul into their training. And to make it here for the BC Provincials, very exciting to see them on the long track this weekend. Very inspirational for these Masters athletes, to all of our junior and youth athletes. And a good solid finish for Jackie Humber and Adam Zhao. 2 more quartets to go, including quartet number 12. This will be pair number 23, Andy Wong on the inner lane, Cindy Jin in the outer lane, Ingrid Wayuni Tijo in the outer lane. Correction, Ingrid Wayuni Tijo in the inner lane of the second pair. and Karen Reppin in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start. Ready. Yeah.
This is Cindy Jin with the red armband from Burnaby, and Andy Wong, also of Burnaby, with the white armband. Excellent rhythm as they swing their arms back and forth. Ingrid Wayuni Tijo with the yellow armband from Burnaby, and Karen Reppin with the blue armband from Vancouver. Cindy Jin going into her corner, followed by Andy Wong. They've got 2 laps to go. Two laps to go for Ingrid Wayuni Tijo and Karen Reppin. All of the athletes in this quartet have life experience extending beyond 5 decades. Keeping active. Showing us their great athleticism. Into the bell lap now for Cindy Jin and Andy Wong. If you're looking to be a master skater, maybe you'd like to start fresh, brand new, or a former skater to get back out there, contact your local speed skating club and they can set you up with a master's program. That's Ingrid Wayuni Tijo into her bell lap. And now Karen Reppin, final 400 meters. And coming to the finish line, that's Ingrid Wayuni Tijo. They've got their final corner. As Cindy Jin and Andy Wong have completed their 1,500 meters. Final home stretch for Ingrid and Karen. And across the line for Ingrid Wayuni Tijo. Final few strides for Karen Reppin. And our 13th and final quartet will feature one pair, pair number 25, Jessica Van Cowen in the inner lane and Lorena Musselwhite in the outer lane.
Go to the start. Ready.
That's Jessica Van Cowen with the white armband from the Prince George Blizzard. And in the red armband, Loretta Musselwhite, also of Prince George. We may be wrapping up our 1500 meter Olympic style pairings, but still to come this afternoon, our 300 meter mass start finals from our youth and club skaters. Don't forget, we've got day 2 tomorrow. A big thank you to our online spectators and guests cheering from afar. And a big thank you to everyone who made the trip to Fort St. John this weekend. Had some beautiful weather, gorgeous sunset last night. Big thank you to Speed Skating BC for continuing to support these athletes. Two laps to go now for Jessica Van Cowen and Loretta Musselwhite. That grit and determination, focus on their technique. All of the official results will be posted to Sportity. A big thank you to Anna Davidova for taking the official photos, capturing some really awesome moments. I'm getting a preview here of some of these photos. You'll be able to get that link on Sportity. Just 400 meters to go. Loretta Musselwhite, the red armband. Jessica Van Cowen with the white armband. Final lap here on their 1,500 meters at the BC Long Track Championships. And for our athletes, getting to know one another, making some new friends. If you see someone who is demonstrating the true sport principles, you're invited to submit a nomination tonight or tomorrow morning. Deadline to submit a nomination is noon. True sport principles, go for it. Play fair, respect others, keep it fun, stay healthy, include everyone, and give back. The true sport values include fairness, excellence, inclusion, and fun. We'll be handing out True Sport Awards tomorrow afternoon. And across the line for Loretta Musselwhite. Final push to the finish now for Jessica Van Cowen. And that wraps up our Neo Juniors, Juniors, Seniors, and Masters division for the 1500 meter Olympic style. Next up will be our youth female 300 meter mass start finals, followed by our youth male 300 meter mass start finals. Then we'll see our club skaters race after that.
Test. Test. Test.
We're getting ready for our 300 meter finals. We've got 4 finals in this youth female division, starting with our A final, race 20A. In lane 1 will be Alexandra Mueller from Sardis.
In lane 2, Monet Legault-Giroux of Vancouver. In lane 3, Audrey Chua of Richmond. Lane 4, Rhea Zhao of Burnaby. Autumn Munn of Grand Prairie will be in lane 5. In lane 6, Sophie Clapstein of Salmon Arm. And Ivanka Whale in lane 7 from Fort St. John as we get set for that A final, race 20A.
Go to the start. Ready.
What a great race right to the finish. That was really close to call. It looked like it was a battle between number 2, Monet Legault-Giroux, and Alexandra Mueller with the number 1. Great race, ladies. From where I'm seated, it looked like it was Audrey Chua who was across the line 3rd, followed by Autumn Munn. We'll be looking at those replays and excited to watch that race again online. Our B final now. In lane 1 will be Quinn Kiss of Peninsula. In lane 2, Chloe Lee of Burnaby. Lane 3, Maida Ahmed of Fort St. John. Alana Bloomink will be in lane 4 from Prince George. Patience Mathewson in lane 5 from Peninsula. Nevea Giesbrecht in lane 6 from Fort St. John, and Abby Matt in lane 7 from Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready.
Unofficially across the line, it looked to be Quinn Kiss of Peninsula, Chloe Lee of Burnaby, followed by Maida Ahmed of Fort St. John, Alana Bloomink, Patience Mathewson, Abby Mant, and Nevaeh Giesbrecht. Next up, the C final, our race 20C in lane 1, Hunter Liu of Vancouver. In lane 2, Grace Gunderson of Prince George. Lane 3, Daria McKinnon-Buberloo of Peninsula. Lane 4, Natalia Agee, Fort St. John. Lane 5, Riley Kravats of Grand Prairie. Lane 6, Kinsey Hank of Kelowna. And lane 7, Skylar Van Cowen of Prince George.
Go to the start. Ready.
Officials have called back this race for a restart.
False start, lane 3, unstable. Go to the start. Ready.
And that looks to be a good start on this C final for our youth female 300 meters. They did their heats earlier today. This will be their last race of the day, part of day 1 for our BC Long Track Championships. As they come around the corner and into the final stretch, towards the finish line. That was a close one for those top 4. From where I was seated, it looked like it was a close one between Hunter Liu of Vancouver and Daria McKinnon-Buberloo, Peninsula. Also right up there, finishing close to the top, Kinsey Hank and Natalia Agee. Race 20D, our D final in lane 1 will be Mackenzie Acton of Kelowna. Lane 2, Hannah Osugi Friedel of Vancouver. Lane 3, Madeline Bloomink, Prince George. And lane 4, Rochelle Lloyd, Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready.
And our D final, their 300-meter. They're going to round into the corner as we see that gorgeous afternoon sunshine streaming through the windows here at the Pomeroy Sports Center. Who's it going to be? That's Hannah Osugi Friedel ahead of Mackenzie Acton, Madeline Bloomink, and here comes Rochelle Lloyd. And that wraps up our youth female division today. As we get set for our youth male 300-meter finals. Our A final is getting set with lane 1, Jacob Paradella of Fort St. John. Lane 2, Ross Mathewson of Peninsula. Lane 3, Aaron Tang of Tri-City. Lane 4, Heiko Sklar of Vancouver. Lane 5, Sam Shee of Tri-City. Lane 6, Dylan Bastiansen of Salmon Arm. And lane 7, Skylar Gino Chu of Richmond.
Go to the start. Ready.
Here they come around the corner and into the straightaway. Unofficially across the line, that's going to be Aaron Tang of Tri-City, Ross Mathewson of Peninsula, followed by Jacob Paradella. And then it was Sam Shee, Dylan Bastiansen, and Skylar Gino Chu, followed by Heiko Sklar. In our B final now, race 21B, in lane 1, Philip Cocking of Tri-City. Lane 2, Jaden Lee of Burnaby. Lane 3, Ashton Lowland of Kamloops. Henry Mullins will be in lane 4 from Prince George. Sunny Nee in lane 5 from Tri-City. Kieran Hazenak in lane 6 from Matt Squee. And Henry Poss in lane 7 from Fort St. John.
go to the start. Ready.
It's going to be a sprint to the finish in this B final. Fast finish for these athletes as well. From where I'm seated near the timing deck, it looked like it was Jaden Lee of Burnaby and Ashton Lowland of Kamloops, followed by Henry Mullins, Sunny Nee, Philip Cocking, Henry Poss, and Kieran Hazenak. And in our C final for our youth male division, 300 meters, race 21C, in lane 1, Lorcan Duffy of Burnaby. Lane 2, Nathan O'Neill of Matsqui. Mason Higgins Porter in lane 3 from Grand Prairie. Caleb McIntosh in lane 4 from Prince George. And in lane 5, Nolan Gillis of Whitehorse.
Ready.
One final race today for these athletes. And they're putting that power and speed to good use this afternoon. And a close finish. That looked really close to call. It was Nathan O'Neill and Lorcan Duffy battling it out to finish first, followed by Caleb McIntosh, Mason Higgins Porter, and Nolan Gillis. That wraps up our youth male division here. Day 1 of our BC Long Track Championships. Next up will be our club skaters, age 9 and 10, followed by the 6 to 8-year-olds and the 4 and 5-year-olds. It's our 300-meter finals for our Club 9 and 10-year-old athletes. This will be our A final, race 22A. Ji Dong in lane 1 of Langley. Luke Lee in lane 2 of Tri-City. Lennox Scott, lane 3 of Fort St. John. Waylon Matt in lane 4 of Prince George. Benjamin Freiliger of Prince George in lane 5. Tabby Zebin of Vancouver in lane 6.
and Arslan
Go
Shea
to the start.
of Burnaby in lane 7.
Ready.
And exactly as they lined up to start is how they're going to finish. Ji Dong, Luke Lee, Lennox Scott, Waylon Matt, Benjamin Freilacher, Tavi Zeben, and Arslan Shea. On to the B final. Race 22B will be Kira Breitkopf in lane 1 from Burnaby, Milo Mant in lane 2 from Fort St. John, Corey Chu, lane 3 of Richmond, Kaya Knowles in lane 4, Prince George, Avon Hogg, lane 5, Mackenzie, Lydia Vandermeer, lane 6 of Prince George, and Avery Walsh, lane 7, Prince George.
Go to the start. Ready.
.300-meter B final for our Club 9 and 10 skaters. Lots of enthusiastic participation from these spectators. Unofficially across the line from where we're seated at the timing deck, it looks to be Milo Mant, Corey Chu, Kira Breitkopf, Avery Walsh, Avon Hogg, Kaya Knowles, and Lydia Vandermeer. And our C final, race 22C. In lane 1, Kensley McGregor, Fort St. John. Lane 2, Anna McIntosh, Prince George. Lane 3, Jade Bahane, Peninsula. Lane 4, Emily Bloomink, Prince George. Lane 5, Maya Loxlican of Fort St. John. And lane 6, Kelsey Clapstein of Salmon Arm.
Go to the start. Ready.
Putting all their energy into their final race of day 1 here at Provincials. with their eyes on the finish. It looks to be Kelsey Clapstein, a come from behind win on this race, followed by Kensley McGregor, Anna McIntosh, Jade Bahane, Emily Bloomink, and Maya Losakatin. These are our 300-meter finals for our club 6, 7, 8-year-old athletes. We're going to start with our A final, race 23A. In lane 1 will be Theo Tijo of Burnaby. In lane 2, Natalie Van Cowen of Prince George. In lane 3, Silas Jimmy Chu of Burnaby. In lane 4, Keegan Breitkoff, Burnaby. Lane 5, Nolan Lynn, Tri-City. Lane 6, Maya Scott of Fort St. John. And lane 7, Alex Roberge, Prince George.
Go to the start. Ready.
Another close finish on these races down at the line. Unofficially, Natalie Van Cowen of Prince George, Theo Tijo, and Keegan Breitkoff coming across the line. In our B final, race 23B will be Jade Workington in lane 1 from Fort St. John, Hannah Lloyd in lane 2, also of Fort St. John, Caden Lee in lane 3 from Burnaby, lane 4, Luca Bahane of Peninsula, lane 5, Isla McIntosh, Prince George, Casey Watala in lane 6 from Mackenzie, and Dayal Candola, lane 7, Mackenzie.
Go to the start. Ready.
The fastest part of their day in their final race this afternoon.
They are chasing down Caden Lee and Jade Workington, followed by Luca Bahane and Isla McIntosh. Also in the mix, Casey Watala, Hannah Lloyd, and Dale Candola. And our C final, race 23C, in lane 1, Preston McCartney of Mackenzie. Lane 2, Aiden Van Cowen of Prince George. Lane 3, TJ Allen, Fort St. John. Lane 4, Eve McDougall, Fort St. John. Lane 5, Michaela Sabato, Fort St. John. And lane 6, Theo Tang, Fort St. John.
Go to the start. Ready. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to start again. All right. Back up. All right. Go to the start. Ready.
Looks to be a good start for these athletes. Just getting started in their speed skating careers at the ages of 6, 7, and 8. They've been watching the older athletes all day long. Finally have their chance back on the track here at the Pomeroy Sports Center in Fort St. John. Coming around the corner into the straightaway, headed towards the finish line.
It's going to be Preston McCartney and TJ Allen crossing the line first, ahead of Theodore Tang, Michaela Sabato, Eve McDougall, and Aiden Van Cowen. And we're going to finish off with our 4- and 5-year-old club skaters. This is their 300-meter final, race 24A. In the A final, Eliza Lilico in lane 1 from Fort St. John, River Curley, lane 2 of Mackenzie, Bram Candola in lane 3 of Mackenzie, and Iris Wichula in lane 4, Mackenzie.
go to the start.
Their arms are outstretched
Ready.
to make sure they all have lots of space. And they are off. Slow and steady. They know what they need to do. Get all the way around their 300 meters, skate past the cone. Big thank you to all of our officials, track stewards, referees, our sports experts, sport experts, our place judges, lap counters, everyone involved in the electronic timing. It takes a lot of people to run an event like this, so big thank you to all of our volunteers and to our coaches, and especially to our parents and families. It's going to be Eliza Lilico headed straight for the finish line, followed by River Curley. Coming out of the corner and into the straightaway now. Here comes Bram Canola of Mackenzie. As Bram makes his way to the finish line. Now through the straightaway is Iris Wachula. Final few pushes on those skates. And Iris Wachula finishes her 300-meter final. And that wraps up day one here in Fort St. John of the BC Long Track Championships. A big thank you to our supporters, Speed Skating Canada, Speed Skating British Columbia, as well as Via Sport. Thank you to the Government of Canada, as well as all of our local supporters of speed skating. You are appreciated. Big thank you to the City of Fort St. John, the energetic city, to Northern Lights College, Pomeroy Lodging, Tourbillon Turbine Services, Driving Force, and more. Thank you so much for joining us here in Fort St. John. We look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow morning for day 2 of the BC Long Track Championships. For our officials, your meeting will begin in about 15 minutes.